Yeah, they still come close, like 4 days later. It made no sense.
I just think they're stupid.
The machine.
There it is. Okay, we're on
They have
that.
a glitch in the machine.
Do they? Well, I'll save them some time. Bernie Sanders wins, so let's just move forward.
See that? The machine glitched, and all the Republican votes turned into Democrat votes in Michigan. A convenient glitch, yeah. So, convenient glitch. There's a lot of litigation going on right now.
First of all, shalom, everybody.
Shalom.
Just want to say shalom. I don't know what to say. I'm gonna lie. I didn't have a prepared statement, Slakia, in YouTube land. We're talking about whatever. But hope everybody's doing okay out in Israel, and happy Shabbat. Shalom to the brothers in Houston and Virginia, getting the work in. I think the brothers in Houston are having their Sabbath class as we speak. So obviously give those brothers a shalom and a heads up and all that good stuff. And I'm pretty sure they're saying the same thing for us. So we're going to get started on the beginning of the ceremony, and we'll get started into the scriptures shortly afterwards. All right, Imagine, for us at least. See, I'm not doing this today. I'm not going to look. Okay. Back.
Shut up time.
Barakatha Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatha Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Nathan Lanawa.
Nathanawa.
Awar. Zayawam.
Zayawam.
The water. Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us light this day. Thanks. So be it.
Okay. Shalom, Mat.
Shalom.
Okay. Barakatha Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatha Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Nathan Lanawa.
Nathanawa.
Rayach.
Rayach.
Nayachacha.
Yakacha.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Okay. Getting it started right. Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Remind me to keep it like this. I don't want to see all the extra stuff. Okay. Barakatha Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatha Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Nathan Lanawa.
Nathanawa.
Hashabbat.
Hashabbat.
Bashalom.
Bashalom.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
Okay, you go.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you. So be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha.
Anasha.
Ayanyamya.
Yanyamya.
Ahoyam.
Ahoyam.
Ma'aya.
Maya.
Yabu'ah.
Yabuwa'ah.
Isaiah.
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 Yabu'ah.
Yabuwa'ah.
Ma. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Sha'isha.
Sha'isha.
Shemayim.
Shemayim.
Wa'aratiza.
Wa'aratiza.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Yonathan.
Jonathan.
Lamawat.
Lamawat.
Regalia.
Galia.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Shashamoyah.
Hashamoyah.
Hana.
Hana.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Yashan.
Yashan.
Shashawamor.
Shamamor.
Yashala.
Mashala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shemaya.
Shemaya.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Tazalia.
Tazalia.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Yanyamya.
Yamya.
Yad.
Yad.
Hashamash.
Hashamash.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Hakaya.
Hakaya.
Bayawam.
Bayawam.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Halabana.
Halabana.
Balayala.
Balayala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashemaya.
Shemaya.
Makal.
Makal.
Right.
Right.
Yashemor.
Yashemar.
Napasha.
Pasha.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashemor.
Yashemar.
Hawalakia.
Wabalakia.
Waba'ai. I'm sorry. Waba'ai Yahweh.
Waba'aya.
I'm sorry. Waba'aya.
Waba'aya.
Ma'aitha.
Ma'aitha.
Wa'ai.
I
Awalam.
will love. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Okay. Shema Yashala.
Shema Yashala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayanawa.
Lahayanawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad.
Shema Yashala.
Shema Yashala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayanawa.
Lahayanawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad.
Shema Yashala.
Shema Yashala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayanawa.
Lahayanawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad. Hear Israel. Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
It's a little bit. The smoke's getting Lord's Prayer. Abanawa.
Abanawa.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Bashamayim.
Kodash.
Kodash.
Hayam.
Hayam.
Shemka.
Shemka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Malak Wathka.
Malakwathka.
Thaba'ah.
Taba'ah.
Ratazaka.
Ratazaka.
Hayat.
Hayat.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Baratazah.
Baratazah.
Kawa.
Kawa.
Hayat.
Hayat.
Bashamayim.
Bashamayim.
Natalanawa.
Natalanawa.
Lacham.
Lacham.
Kol.
Kol.
Yawam.
Yawam.
Wasalachanawa.
Waslachna.
Chawathinawa.
Chawathina.
Kasalachanawa.
Waslachna.
Chawathinawa.
Chawathina.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Tabianawa.
Tabianawa.
Banasawa.
Barasai one.
Abo.
Bo.
Hawashaynawa.
Shayna.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Right.
Right.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Amalakwa.
Amalakwa.
Wa'ala.
Wa'ala.
Wataparath.
Wata para.
La'ay walamya.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts. We forgive our debtors, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Okay. 10 Commandments. La'ah.
La'ah.
Yahaya.
Yahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Achayim.
Ahoyim.
Ayah.
Ayah.
Panya.
Panya. Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Number 2. La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'ayna.
Ta'ayna.
Laka.
Laka.
Pasal.
Pasal.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Ta'ibada.
Ta'ibada. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah.
La'ah.
Dalachwacha.
Talachocha.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Bashawa. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Lakodashwa.
Kodashwa. Thou shalt says, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Ya'amaka.
Ya'amaka. Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah.
La'ah.
Zaratazah.
Taratazah. Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah.
La'ah.
Tana'ah.
Tana'ah. Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah.
La'ah.
Taganah.
Taganah. Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'ayna.
Ta'ayna.
Shikwar.
Shakor. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'chamad.
Ta'chamad.
Call.
Call.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Lara'aika.
Lara'aika. Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Okay. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Natalanawa.
Talanawa.
Hatha Wara.
Hatha Wara. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the law.
Okay. Yeshavim, everybody. Okay. Slacky earlier was having problems in Hebrew. I mean, the smoke was kind of getting in my throat. My apologies. But we're going to get rolling right now. And pretty much today's class is dealing with more of the story of Abraham. We're going to deal with Isaac, and we're going to also deal with the fall of Sodom. And the first book or chapters we're going to deal with are Genesis chapter 18. We're going to go to Genesis chapter 22. So I gotta salute you in, sir. Hold on, make sure. Can you check that out too? Can you get that? No, you get it. I was saying you didn't have to do it. That was all. Okay. Shalom, everybody. Let's go get you in there.
Dawiyat, Banyahawada, Dawiyat, Shoshabata, Banyahawada, Banyashal.
Dawiyat, Shoshabata, Banyahawada, Banyashal. Imagine, right? Yahawah Hashem Yahshabata. All right. Okay. We're going to be jumping back and forth into Josephus. So just in case you guys need one, it's over here. Matter of fact, could you put those Josephus right there? In case the sisters or brothers, whoever, might come in later on.
Where?
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. I gotta escape from this. Spiritualized. Overly spiritualized. So just in case we get it ready, we're not going there yet, but we'll be going there soon. We're going to the Antiquities of the Jews, Book 1, Chapter 11. Antiquities of the Jews, Book 1, Chapter 11, Paragraph 1. And just hold that and keep it ready so when we go deal.
I thought we had 5 books out. We only had 4 books.
No, I think one of them was the brothers who he had forgotten he was here. So, or maybe not, I don't know. But that's what we're going to start off with. We're going to start off with Genesis chapter 18 first. Then we'll work ourselves back into the Antiquities of the Jews. And once again, we go into the Josephus because Josephus himself, we're going to finish it off over there. I'm done with this. It's too much, man. I can't even focus. There's too much smoke in my face. Anyway, Josephus is a historian. Mm-hmm. We know he doesn't deal much with prophecy or Christ or things like that. But we kind of go back and forth with the Josephus because his historical recollections are pretty accurate. And when they're not, we say. So, let's start off Genesis chapter 18, verse 1. We're going to kind of get through this real quick.
Genesis 18, verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lord appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And he saw them. He ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground, and said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee, from thy servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves from under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your hearts. After that ye shall pass on. For therefore are ye come to your servant. And they said, Do so do, as thou hast said.
So these are 3 angels that presented themselves to Abraham. And Abraham recognized it and immediately sat back. So let me make some cakes for you. Let me get some water for you. Let me take care of you. Okay, read on.
And Abraham hastened into the tent unto Sarah, and said, Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth. Abram ran unto the herd, and fetched a calf tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hasted to dress it. And he took butter and milk, and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said unto him, Where is Sarah thy wife? And he said, Behold, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return unto thee according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah thy wife shall have a son. And Sarah heard it in the tent door, which was behind him. And Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and had ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. So when it says it ceased to be after the manner of women, it's talking about how women's cycle goes when they're young and their body's fertile, and they go through different cycles to, the whole cycle of the woman's body. She was at an age where she wasn't going through that. We would call it now what? We would call it menopause, correct? Mm-hmm. So she was at an age where she was at the point of menopause, meaning that she's not carrying all this fertility in her. And also, it's also to be noted too, these angels ate food. So they're spiritual beings, but they still eat. Mm-hmm. All right? And for us, when we were in the wilderness, what did the Israelites do? We ate that manna, right? We ate bread from heaven. So that bread from heaven is angels' food. It's angelic food. Okay? So it's not like they can't eat physical food.
Exactly.
All right? Now it says, verse 11, Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and had ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Mm-hmm. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, I am waxed old. Shall I have pleasure, my Lord being also old also? And the Lord said to Abraham, Wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I of a surely bear a child, which am old?
Because she didn't believe it. Read on.
Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the time appointed I will return unto thee, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. And Sarah denied, saying, I laughed not, for she was afraid. He said, Nay, but thou didst laugh. So what's the show here? She said, I wasn't laughing. I wasn't laughing. Like, nah, you laughed.
You like, because you doubted me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 15, and Sarah denied, saying, I laughed not, for she was afraid. And he said, Nay, thou didst laugh. And the men rose up from thence, and looked toward Sodom. And Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And the Lord said, Shall I hide from Abraham the thing which I shall do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord, to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken of him. Mm-hmm. And the Lord said, Because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come up unto me, and if not, I will know. And
read verse 20 again.
Verse 20.
And read verse 21. And get ready to go into that first paragraph in the Antiquities of the Jews.
All right. And the Lord said, Because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which has come unto me.
When it says there's a great cry, what does that mean? It means after a certain period of time, and after a certain level of negative in a country, in a surrounding area, that cry of injustice, that cry of wrongdoing gets to the point where the Most High can no longer avoid it, where the Most High can no longer turn his back on the negative and the sin that keeps piling up amongst the nation. So what he ends up doing is, now he's sending his angels to go inspect, to make sure that what all the cries he's getting is for sure. He's going to get confirmation by going actually into the land to figure out what's going on. Okay? Give me, you got verse 21. You read that already.
Yeah.
Give me verse 22.
And the men turned their faces from thence and went toward Sodom.
These men were angels. Don't forget, these men were angels. Read on.
But Abraham stood yet before the Lord. And Abraham drew near and said, Wilt thou also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Peradventure there be 50 righteous within the city. Wilt thou also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein?
So he was petitioning obviously for his nephew, Lot. And he was like, there are certain people that aren't doing wickedness like they are in Sodom. Just so before we jump into it, I want to read one paragraph in the Antiquities of the Jews, and we'll go back to the Bible. Let's get the first paragraph in chapter 11. Antiquities of the Jews. What's that say? Well, my page is not your page. That's why I always say
What book is it?
it's the Antiquities of the Jews, book 1. Chapter 11, paragraph 1.
All right. Book 1, chapter 11 is page 40.
Okay. Because my book isn't the same, it's a different book. Okay. So let's read that real quick. Then we're going to jump back into the scriptures.
All right. Antiquities of the Jews, book 1, chapter 11, paragraph 1. About this time, the Sodomites grew proud on account of their riches and great wealth, and they became unjust towards men and impious towards God, insomuch that they did not call to mind the advantages.
We're going to go real quick. What is impious? Because it's impiety. Impiety, this deals with the lack of reverence, the lack of respect. Okay? So what's happening is the people in Sodom and Gomorrah lost respect for the Most High, lost fear, lost reverence for the Most High. Okay?
Lost a desire to serve, no different than today. That homosexuality is almost like a religion now. And they have a lot of counter arguments for the scriptures. Look at the Bible as an instrument of oppression to keep people from their sexual freedom.
It wasn't, even with Sodom and Gomorrah, it wasn't just homosexuality. It was just a blatant, anything that represents a respect to the Most High was looked down upon. Anything. It's going to explain. Keep going.
It says, impious towards God, insomuch that they did not call to mind the advantages they received from him.
And most of the time, we don't focus on how the Most High has been there for us in our life. We focus on what we think is unfair. That's been the case with Israel from the beginning. We don't count our blessings, so to speak. We're not conscious of all the times the Most High has been there, blessed us, taken care of us, looked after us. Don't forget, the scripture in Psalm says the Most High daily loadeth us with benefits. I want to go there. I think it's Psalm 68. Daily loadeth us with benefits.
68:19.
That's what I figured.
Blessed be the Lord. Psalm 68, verse 19. Blessed be the Lord who daily loadeth us with benefits, even the power of our salvation. Salah.
Because if you really think about it, a lot of times you can't even see how the Most High has loaded us with benefits on a daily basis.
Come.
If you go back into Numbers, for example, and I know I'm bouncing a little bit, but I'm getting to a point. When you read into Numbers, and you read about Balaam, and how Balaam was going to curse the Israelites, right?
Come.
And how the Most High had an invisible force with the sword ready to destroy Balaam and take Balaam out immediately.
Quickly.
And the horse kept moving away from this angelic force that had a sword ready to kill Balaam.
Come.
And I always think about that verse in that chapter and that story. And I think about that and I'm conscious of that. And I realize how there's a lot of things that could damage us in front of us that we're not even aware of. That the Most High provides a way around, provides a way to protect us. And we don't even think about it every day. The Most High protects us from forces that are out here that mean us harm.
There's a lot of bad people out there. And you hear stories. Mm-hmm. All you gotta do is look at the news.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the news, and it's simple. You hear these really bad stories about guys, just people invite people places,
mm-hmm.
and they just disappear.
Yep.
And these are grown people disappearing, not just kids disappearing. These are grown women disappearing, not being found. These things are real.
Yep.
You drive in the morning, it's always bad drivers. It's consistently bad drivers.
That's how the day's out. That's how the day's gonna be.
Wow.
Awesome.
And the accidents are always in the same places.
Yep.
From living here, the accidents are always in the same parts. Like it's like, why is there always accidents right here?
Yeah.
But you know what? The Most High has it set up to where certain people are spared and certain people are not spared.
And those are some of the benefits. Because a lot of times I can be so caught up in my life, how unfair my life is. My job could be, I could be in a dead-end job. It could feel like I'm doing the same thing over and over again. I can sit back and count on my hand all the things that aren't right.
Yeah.
All the things that make me sad or make me unhappy.
Or not comfortable.
But I never take the time to think about how the Most High protects me every single day. How he looks after me every single day. What he shows you is our thinking is all thrown off and distorted. Because our mind is more focused on acquiring and getting and having than to be appreciative for the protection the Most High has for us every single day.
Yeah, valuing mercy.
And valuing how the Most High has been there for us. And this is the beginning of a fall and a disconnect between man and the Heavenly Father. Now we go back to the antiquities of the Jews, and it shows how the Sodomites, they didn't want to focus on the advantages they received from him. Because if you can think about the fact that the Most High was the one that elevated everybody, now I have a reason, even more of a reason, to stay on point, to not break the law, to not be devious, to not sit back here and follow my desires. Okay? Keep going, sir.
They hated strangers and abused themselves with sodomitical practices.
They abused themselves with sodomitical practices, man. They sat back here and perfected sodomitical practices. They abused themselves. They gave themselves to whatever fleshly indulgence that would possibly pop into their head.
And there's a book called I'm paraphrasing. It's called The Ancient Sexual Encyclopedia, and it goes into all the physical sexual practices that were connected to idol worship. And you actually start realizing that the priest of Dionysus, in order to be a priest of Dionysus, what we call being transgender, the way you become a priest is you have to cut off the rod, bleed on the statue, and if you do not die, you're validified, or you become validated. It's like you become validated as a priest of Dionysus. So that's just one idol god. Then they had the maypole idol, where they would sit here and they would have they would
don't get too freaky for us on the
I'm not gonna go there. But
don't get X-rated out here, man.
They would have riots.
Yeah.
They would have riots where they would fight, and the Romans started to outlaw some of these festivities.
Like mosh pits or something like that?
They would have mosh pits, but they would have to worship the maypole and these different gods.
You said maypole. I don't want to hear what maypole is about.
Yeah, maypole is like Mayday or maypole. Okay. That comes from a concept of worshiping this pole, right? And we know we were going with that, but that they always worship phallic symbols.
Yes,
but
there we go.
But
we leave it at that.
Yeah, but the point is, in this fertility cults and these sodomitical practices, they would go into it so much to where they would get violent and ravenous and violent, and they would start beating people up, and everybody would be bloody and getting beat up, and it'd be like, what is this?
Well, because
the Romans even
the Romans dealt with extreme pleasure and extreme pain, and finding a balance between extreme levels of pleasure and pain. So a lot of the sodomitical practices were continued to be instituted down the line in different nations. Like you read about the Assyrians. The Assyrians were the same way. The Assyrians were masters in cross-gendering establishment scenarios.
Wow.
So yeah, young boys were pushed into dressing like young girls.
Yeah.
Young girls, was that?
That's what Shakespeare did, like his plays, the women were men.
Or
Theater,
it was Shakespeare. In theater was all about that. Theater was all about, there was no women actors in plays back in ancient Greece and Rome. It was all dudes playing both roles. And people talk about it now where there's yin and yang duality. The whole spirit of duality was about embracing your feminine and your masculine side. There is no gender. There is no definite male and female. There's male and female in both of us. This has been the spirit of the nations from the beginning.
And also, too, with that, you look at ancient Rome and Greece, you have what they call castrati. It's connected to the word castration, right? Castrati is where you take a young boy. Of course, once again,
I think we know where that's coming on to. Man.
The severing.
The castrati.
Yeah.
That lets you know that there's some the castrate part.
Yeah.
Let you know. But keep going.
They sever the male,
genitalia
area, right? So that he doesn't produce the hormones that make him more masculine, in order to keep the voice soft and high, like Michael Jackson. And so they would have these boys be the singers. And these are the male singers of these priests. So these priests had music, but their music was with young boys that were castrated.
And what it's showing you is these guys these nations mastered the manipulation of your genes and the manipulation of who you were as a man or a woman to fit fleshly desires and to fit fleshly indulgences. And this is what the Most High was pissed off about. Because even when we're talking about the Assyrians, not only were they sitting back here and dressing men like girls and girls like boys, they were sitting back here and pushing young women to deal with older women, young boys to deal with older boys, males and older men and young girls, younger boys and older women. It was just a cross blend of all type of
fleshly connections.
And these are the things that angered the Most High so much. And these are the things that eventually down the line, Israel kept being attracted to.
Yeah.
We were tapping into these things just as much as the nations, and this is why the Most High was so angry at us. But back to Sodom.
And also, one more thing, one point. And also, too, when you deal with, in modern times, to parallel it now, you got the scientists that use soy and everything. And everybody knows that soy breaks down into estrogen, correct? Mm-hmm. And so when you have soy in every food, it over estrogenizes the woman's body. And causes,
and the man too.
And the man's body too. But it causes the woman, it causes parts of her region to inflame. Because it's disproportionately full of estrogen. So now she's inflamed. Whereas also, you look at the baby food, there's estrogen in the baby food. So from birth, this baby has a softer element to it. So these are all sodomitical practices. The softening, the feminizing of the man, and then
through science.
And the increase of masculinity in the woman,
Mm-hmm.
the reversing of the nature in the woman. But this is not just a sexual act. This is a scientific act too. It's also a theoretical act. Looking at their theories and their philosophies, you look at how they look at things, how they look at life. You can go right now, go on. There's a cartoon that me and Amansa were watching, right?
Why are you watching cartoons?
Well, I don't watch cartoons.
I mess with him. I know. The brother was watching.
He just put me on.
I know that. I'm just messing with you.
Got me on blast. Listen, so me and him were watching this YouTube, right? Or his.
What was it?
Well, I forgot the cartoon, but the cartoon was subliminal. What it did was, it was a boy, a white boy, and a black boy sliding down the slide together, holding hands. Right? It's on Cartoon Network. And then this white girl cracks their hands and say, black boys and I said black and white people and white people can't get married. And then somebody corrected her. The teacher came in and said, that's not true. Black people and white people can intermarry. It's okay. The subliminal message was, it was a boy and another boy holding hands. Mm-hmm. And they said, let's get married one day. And they said that black and white can't get married. Not that male and male can't get married, but black and white can't get married. So the child will look at it and see that the two boys are best friends. And that they're best friends, they can go further. You know,
Yeah.
that's the subliminal message. So these are the sodomitical practices.
And
It's in their culture.
it just goes into what the country we're in now has reverted more and more and more to ancient Rome, ancient Greece, which takes you all the way back down to remnants of Sodom, Assyria, Babylon, you name it. Okay, it's just different levels of frivolity. It's really wicked. I forgot this movie that all Israelites were told to see, and it was one of the grossest movies ever back in
Caligula.
the day. Caligula was it was Caligula. It was one of the worst movies ever. I mean, you don't want to see it. I would say pass on it because I'm watching it, and it was showing the ancient time of Caligula and how Caligula, which was a Roman Caesar, lived, and how ancient Rome was during Caligula's time. And the person who did the movie was the person who authored Penthouse. So you can imagine what type of movie this was. And the whole movie was dealing with all the frivolity and the sexual deviancy that happened during that time, and how Caligula was dealing with bestiality. He was dealing with corrupting the marital bed. A couple got married. He would come in here and sit back here and take the man and the woman and say, now you guys are Roman. He literally said that. And I was watching like, gross. But that was the whole thing.
That's the culture.
That was the culture, and it was nasty, and it was jacked up, and it was a lot of it was shocking what I was watching. But the point is, this was why the Most High was so angry at Sodom and Gomorrah, because it was the same spirit behind taking advantage of men, taking advantage of women, and dealing with this level of deviancy that got to the heavens. Now the Most High, listen, I got to send these angels down to really inspect on what's going on in ancient Sodom. So, finish up chapter 1.
It says, and they received from him, they hated strangers and abused themselves with sodomitical practices. God was therefore much displeased with them and determined to punish them for their pride, and to overthrow their city, and to lay waste their country, until there should neither plant nor fruit grow out of it.
Most High wanted to send a message to this place for the whole world. The funny thing is, the Most High was sitting back here and trying to set a tone and a message so that the world would know not to do this anymore. The sad thing is, the Most High ends up destroying Sodom. I think we all know that. But nations continue to just do it. Do the same practices Sodom did. No different than the Most High said, I'm going to sit back here and destroy this entire place with water. Couple generations later, they're sitting back here following the same gods that they were following before the Most High destroyed them with water. Man just persisted to do what they want to do and not stand on it with the Heavenly Father.
It's the flesh over the spirit.
And the nations and our people who were seduced by that desire to feed the flesh and master the flesh. Now we're going to hold this, go back to the scriptures now. It was Genesis chapter 18, and I think it is 23. So now Abraham's like, listen, now we know how wicked and negative Sodom is. Well, Abraham, like, listen, but there might be 50 good people out there. You're going to destroy the entire world, like a country, and then there's 50 good people there? You got it there?
Yeah, verse
Okay.
23. And Abraham drew near and said, wilt thou also destroy the righteous with the wicked?
Mm-hmm.
Peradventure, there be 50 righteous within the city. Wilt thou also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein?
Mm-hmm.
That be far from thee to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked? And the righteous should be as the wicked, and that be far from thee? Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? And the Lord said, if I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. And Abraham answered and said, behold, now I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord, which am but dust and ashes.
He says, listen, I'm not nothing. I'm not trying to push anything. You know?
Peradventure, they shall lack 5 of 50 righteous. Well, this is 45.
Yeah, 45.
Because maybe 50, that's too much.
Exactly.
It says, wilt thou destroy the city for lack of 5? And he said, if I find there 40 and 5, I will not destroy it. And he spake unto him yet again, and said, peradventure, there shall be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for 40's sake.
What was Abraham known for? His sagacity. His sagacity was his ability to communicate and convince people.
Yeah.
And to be specific, it looks like it almost looks like from the outside that he's like messing with the Most High.
Yeah.
But what it's showing you was that Abraham was really pure of heart. He was pure of heart, and he just didn't want the people that were trying to live right to get punished with the negative. And that's why he kept going from 50, 45, 40. It's going to keep going down. Because the goal is to say, listen, Father, you have good people there. Just don't come in there and destroy. Because he knew the Most High would just destroy everybody.
He's known for that.
He did it a few years ago, a few generations ago. So we're like, listen, don't just destroy everybody. Please, there's good there. And it shows you a part of Abraham's character, a part of our character as Israelites that we have to be able to always hold on to in the midst of negativity, in the midst of people who are negative. Obviously, we just read in paragraph 1 in chapter 11 in the Josephus, in Antiquities of the Jews, how blatantly negative they were. The lesson is, hey, no matter how negative a person around you might be, there is still good in them. And why is that important?
Still hope.
There's hope and there's good. I can't give up on nobody. I can't sit back here and quit on people. And I can't sit back here and cut my outlook and turn cold to people. I have to have the ability to see good in people at all times. That's an important thing to have. And this was a virtue that Abraham had. And that's why he's petitioning to the Most High from 50 to 45 to 40.
And he said to him, "Oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak." Because like you keep asking
He
questions.
keeps knocking him down. Like,
I just told you I was gonna be cool. I didn't find 40 people.
no, he said he's going to see. He said, I'm going to see. If there's 40, I won't kill him. You know?
Peradventure, thou shalt 30 be found there, and he said, "I will not do it if I find 30 there."
He going to keep going. He's doubling down. Read on.
And he said, "Behold now,
Behold now.
take it upon me to the Lord."
Can I ask for a little more?
Like, listen, man, I can't let this happen. Man.
I noticed he's really, it comes off like he's being a jerk, but he's not. He's really trying to fight and advocate for the good. It's showing you how good of a person Abraham was. It's no different how Moses would communicate to the Most High at the same time.
True.
In the face of Israelites blatantly trying to kill Moses. Israel was trying to stone him. Israel was trying to remove him from the seat of authority.
Coups.
They were sitting back here trying to set up coups. And Moses kept saying, Father, they just don't get it. Please give them some time. Don't destroy them all. They don't get it. Please, please. I know they're tripping. I know they're trying to kill me. But don't smash me. They need more time. That was the mindset that Moses had, which shows you Moses was meek, he was understanding, and he didn't take people's blatant negative personally. And this is an asset that you have to have for your own people. It really is an asset. And this is why the Most High picked these special individuals to lead his people. Okay? Any other regular person would sit back here and just say, burn him. Hey, or just say, hey, just can you get Lot out? Father, can you just get Lot out? I don't care. I don't give two you know what's about everybody else. Just get Lot and his people out and everything will be okay. But it wasn't even about Lot. If it was just about Lot, he just asked for Lot. He was really sincere about, hell, there's probably people there that are trying. Get what I'm saying?
They have a sincere care for mankind.
And this is an aspect that we have to have amongst our people. Because I tell you what, this job is not easy. Being an Israelite, helping Israelites out, being the cool guys and teaching the Bible and sitting back here and helping the sick. You know what happens when you keep helping the sick? You get thrown up on a lot.
And when people call back,
you get what I mean by throwing up out. If you're dealing with the sick are going to sit back here and throw their sickness on you. And in the process of dealing with the sick every day, it can be difficult if you're not trained to see the good in people, even though there's obvious sickness. And I think a lot of us as Israelites, over time, we get cold, we get bitter, we get angry because of the letdowns.
It's the way of the world. The way of the world teaches that is you're looking for red flags, and that's the reason why to cut off people.
Exactly.
You're looking for red flags. I am looking. I'm inspecting for red flags as my excuse to not deal with you. That's nature.
And the thing is this, and this is even the concept Abraham was talking about in Sodom. There's so much negative there. It's kind of hard to see if there's righteousness, because a lot of times with that level of negative, it stifles out good. It stifles out the good intention.
But I really think Abraham could relate because he lived in Chaldea, Ur Chaldea. When you look at Abraham's birthplace, where he came from, it was the capital of idolatry.
Yeah.
The land of Ur and Chaldea. Chaldeans are witches, warlocks, magicians, people that are masters of sorcery and spiritual ceremonies and negative spiritual practices, and worshiping demons and deities and entities.
Yep.
So Abraham put himself in the shoes of the people of Sodom. Sodom, we know they were slaves to the flesh and all fleshly practices. And then, of course, being extremely judgmental, right? And then, Chaldea was about what? Witchcraft, knowledge, information, science. Because witchcraft is a form of science. Science is a form of witchcraft. They're interchangeable. Pharmacopoeia. What's pharmacopoeia? Pharmacia? It's just pharmakeia. Pharmacy is another term for witchcraft. You're putting these elements together and you're creating an illusion in the body. Even though there's a sickness there, the body's supposed to feel this way, you're getting the person's mind to feel a completely different way. In contrast to the body, separating the mind from the body. That's what witchcraft's about. That's why they go into the opium, the entheogens, the intense tobacco, the cocaine, the different plants that have an effect on your psyche. Psychoactive plants. So by manipulating psychoactive plants, they can create medications or medicines that affect people for their benefit depending on their situation. But when you're dealing with Chaldea, Chaldea was a city of idols on idols on idols. So it's not a far-fetched thought process. If Abraham knew that he was righteous, he was fighting to convince his city to be righteous, and the Lord said, listen, you got to leave these people, man. It's time to go, bro. You fought long enough. You fought for 75 years, and they don't want to accept that there's one God. It's time to leave. That same mind state is still in Abraham. This city of Sodom and Gomorrah, there's still a chance that they can be convinced that they can change. So I'm going to read on.
Okay. It was 20, I'm sorry, it was 30. It was 30.
30. And he said unto him, Oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Peradventure there shall be 30 be found there. And he said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. And he said, Behold, I have taken, it said, taken upon me to speak to the Lord. Peradventure there shall be 20 found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake. The Most High is real patient.
He is.
He's like, listen, you can ask me the same question 1,000 times. I know you asked me three times. I'll be getting.
Okay, that's enough, bro.
What's
the number?
I'm gonna kill them all.
What's the number?
I got the angels with me.
What's the number really asking for? Exactly.
The angels is with me right now. We're here for a reason.
Exactly.
But you know what? He had a lot of meekness. He had a lot of mercy.
Patience.
And that's a spiritual mindset. It's in verse 32. And he said, Oh, let not the Lord be angry. Because he knows he's pushing it.
I know he is.
Don't let the Lord be angry.
We done.
And I will speak yet but this once.
You spoke like 4 times already. Like 4 or 5. Keep going.
It says, Peradventure, 10 shall be found there.
And this was the max number. It was 10. This was it.
And he said, I will not destroy it for 10's sake. And the Lord went his way.
That was it. That was it. No more.
I gotta go, man.
Keep going.
And the Lord went his way, and soon as he had left communing with Abraham, Abraham returned unto his place. Now this is 5 cities. It's a 5-city complex. So you're asking for 10 people in a 5-city complex. That means the city was really wicked.
Yeah.
It's a really wicked place. You can't find 10 people.
We're going to find out what happens. It's horrible coming up.
Chapter 19. And there came 2 angels to Sodom at even. And Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them. And he bowed himself with his face toward the ground.
Because Lot knew they were angels. Read on.
And he said, Behold, now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house. and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early, and go on your ways. And they said, Nay, but we will abide in the street all night.
Lot's like, no, you don't want that, bro. You don't want to be out in these streets with these dudes. Man. It's gonna be a problem.
It's gonna be a bad night.
It's gonna be a bad night, man. Read on. That's horrible.
And he pressed upon them greatly.
You got to get out of the streets. You got to get inside the outside. Because once these guys take a look at you out, it's on.
Brother. It said that YMCA was playing. They kept playing.
No, it was worse than that, bro. Listen, it was bad. It was mean intentions. Those guys want to have fun. These were mean intentions with these guys. I'll tell you.
Yeah. And he said, Nay, but we will abide in the streets all night. Ooh. And he pressed upon them greatly. And they turned in unto him and entered into his house. And he made them a feast and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down,
before they got to rest, they thought they got him out and hit him early enough. Read on.
The men of the city, even the men of Sodom,
them bars.
The men of Sodom compassed the house round.
He's surrounded. We're going to get all the exits out. We're going to be on all the windows, the front and the back. We are ready. You ain't getting out of this. You're not getting out of here.
Now you can get a mental picture of this. If you look at the Black Lives Matter, when they were going to governors' houses and different houses, they were having signs, and they were, Black Lives Matter in front of those houses. It was a gathering
and eventually it might start mellow.
Yeah.
And then listen, they're sitting there drinking. They're getting drunk, and it's getting more rowdy as the night progresses out. Mm-hmm. And then all it takes is some person to break a window.
That's it.
And all of a sudden everything goes crazy. That's how riots go.
That's how riots.
That's the mob. That's how riots get incited. One person throws a rock in there. Crash. They go in there, getting in there. They're going in.
Brother.
This is what's happening. This is the preparation of it. Read on.
It says, and before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house around. Both old and young. It was just young.
Listen, they all went in.
Because we always say, it's just some kids.
It ain't the kids, bro. It was a bunch of Quincy Joneses out. It was everybody. Everybody
Michael.
went in.
Love the music, Michael. Both old and young.
Yeah.
All the people from every quarter. That means that there's different parts of the city. There's different quarters of the city, different coasts of the city. Yep. They all heard. I mean, there was a message going through there's some new men's in here.
I'm gonna read it. I gotta read. I want you to hold that. We're gonna kind of go and flow. This is Antiquities of the Jews, paragraph 3. When Abram heard this, okay, I'm just going to read it real quick. When Abraham heard this, he was grieved for the Sodomites. He rose up and besought the Most High for them, and entreated him that he would not destroy the righteous with the wicked. And when the Most High had replied that there was no good man among the Sodomites, for if they were but 10 such men among them, he would not punish any of them for their sins.
God.
Abraham held his peace, and the angels came to the city of the Sodomites. And Lot entreated them to accept a lodging with him, for he was a very generous and hospitable man, and one that had learned to imitate the goodness of Abraham.
Wow.
So Lot was a good dude, and he learned to imitate it. He tried his best to be a noble guy like Abraham was. Now when the Sodomites saw the young men to be of beautiful countenances, they were handsome dudes, and they were young men. He says, and this to an extraordinary degree. So they was extra good looking. I don't have no examples because I don't.
The angels the angels.
The angels were. The angels were extraordinarily handsome, and I don't have
they
no examples.
Looking all good.
But I'm not going to name names.
Curly hair.
You said curly hair. That's horrible.
They're like this.
So the guys got to have curly hair to be handsome. That's horrible. I'm not naming no names and examples of handsome men, all right? So that's not going to happen. Hey, you can, whatever pictures y'all got in your head, go with it. Exactly. It was some handsome men, all right? With awesome countenances. Men's is this. That's hilarious.
This is funny.
And this to an extraordinary degree, in that they took up their lodgings with Lot. They resolved themselves to enjoy these This is the people. The people resolve themselves to enjoy these beautiful boys
Oh my God.
by force and violence.
Wow.
So it wasn't just some fun stuff. They was going to sit back here and try to brutally just
Take what they want.
take what they want, bro. It was a whole city of people, man. It was a whole city of men.
Now this is the question. The
No,
question
don't
is,
forget this. I'm gonna bring a little parallel.
Yeah.
When Israel took, there was a time when Benjamin took a sister, and they had their way with her, and she ended up dying.
Yeah.
And they just sat back and just kept taking turns and doing all kind of defiled, negative things, and the result is death. So this is what they want to do to these angels. They want to brutalize them and kill them with the violence.
God. And you know, to this day, there's people that are in these streets. We gotta keep it real, right? You gotta keep it real, bro. There's people out here that have that predatory spirit on them.
Mm-hmm.
There's predators out there in the night eye.
Yeah.
There's predators out there, and people out there looking for they have a specific type. I like the blonde hair with the tall.
They're predators,
and they write books about it. They tell stories about it. And they have people analyze their minds. What will make a person do these things? Well, if you just read Sodom and Gomorrah, you read Josephus, you'll see why. The flesh is never pleased. It's never satisfied.
It's bad, man.
And it gets to the point where people become aroused by predatory circumstances. And it's not just the physical act that pleases them, it's a spirit of dominance. We start reading these people's speeches, their conversations, their psychology in the outlook of that act is completely twisted. So you have these twisted people. The entire city was psychopathic. They had a psychopathic mindset. Psychopath means that I don't have the ability to relate to people. When you do it, sociopaths and psychopaths, you're going to find this common thread between psychopaths and sociopaths. They have an inability to empathize with other people. They cannot empathize with the next person.
And it's just about the flesh. It's just about giving the flesh what it wants.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fed, though. That mentality is fed from youth, where I'm insatiable. I have to have what I want when I want it, and I don't care who I hurt and offend to get it.
Okay.
And this is why the Most High was so disgusted at this nation, because it was fed this way for a long time.
Now the question is, I would love to know how it got that way, but we know the extreme it was.
Well, the problem is, do you know why it doesn't go into that? Because the Most High is very vague when it breaks down the specifics of the nation's wickedness. You know why? Because if it went into the specifics of Baal worship, went into the specifics of Assyrian god worship and Dagon and the Philistines' god of the water, what's Israel going to do? They're going to be reading all kind of books about Dagon and Assyrian lore and Babylonian lore to get more wisdom, negative wisdom.
Like the scripture says, the itchy ears.
Itching ears, they want in. They're going to want in and find out why. And that's why the Most High keeps it very vague, because, you know, the more we dig into it, it's not beneficial. And this is why the Most High talks about the simplicity that's in the Most High in Christ. Keep it simple. Listen, if we're going to deal with, just don't do idolatry. Don't bow your knee to damn Baal. Don't sit back here and make cakes of the Queen of Heaven. Don't sit back here and serve these gods, and you'll be okay. We don't got to go into specifics. We don't got to go into the details, because that is what brings about the corruption.
The curiosity.
The curiosity.
What's the power? What kind of power to get from this?
Because
you know why
that's the problem. Because that's what people want. They want the quick way, quick access to power.
Because what people are into right now in this generation, that new age theory and philosophy is coming back of the Kundalini.
Yeah.
Right? And the chakras, you get your chakras all lined up. Your chakras all lined up. And if you go through the Kundalini, it increases all your intelligence and creativity.
Well, first of all, it starts with meditation.
Huh.
They get you with the meditation concept first. And then after meditation, it goes into higher levels of meditation, higher levels of development. But once again, the further you go, the more you're going to realize you're corrupting yourself day by day. So let's get back on track. And it talked about these Sodomites wanted to sit back and be violent. Let me see. They said they resolved themselves to enjoy these beautiful boys by force and by violence.
Wow.
Now, this is another, we're going to read it later, but young men, adult men, are still referred to as boys. That's a very good point to explain, because we're going to read about Isaac down the line. He's referred to as a lad, but a lad is a young man. But they want to take these young men by force.
Teenagers?
Or 20s. Don't forget, Abraham's 100. If Abraham's 100, and then by the time of my son is a young lad, he's 115, 120. If my son is 20, he's a young lad.
That's true.
In comparison to 120 years old.
That's true.
And that's how it's gauged. So, these guys wanted to take advantage of these angels. And it says, now we're going to stop. Now we're going to keep reading. Then we're going to keep bouncing back and forth from here. Okay?
And they called unto Lot, verse 5, and said unto him, where are the men?
We want those men!
Where are the men?
That's crazy, man.
Which came unto thee this night.
That means they was looking at it.
He had all the fun.
That's why Lot was like, get in here now. These boys is watching right now. They at the saloons, they drinking. It's crazy. Where are the men's at?
It's a crazy night in Sodom.
Every night's a crazy night in Sodom. That's what the Most High wants to destroy.
And like, these were angels. Imagine there's a regular Joe coming through.
You're done, bro.
Bro, you should not.
Your life is over.
Don't go there.
Bro, don't even go in the city. When the sun go down, the night's on my mind. It's over.
Yeah. At least the Samaritans, you might be bleeding. The Samaritans just walk past you. They won't bother you. They just let you die.
Listen, these guys want to join in.
Listen,
horrible. They're banging on the door, man. They want to know these men.
I said, bring them out unto us, that we may know them.
You know damn well what that means. They want to know them, and it's going to be violence.
It's a crowd. This is a mob.
It's a mob.
They turn up. And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold, I have 2 daughters, which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. And
that's a tough one too.
That's a tough one, bro.
That's a tough one too.
Only unto these men do nothing, for therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, stand back.
Hell no, I don't like what you told me.
I want none of that. And they said again, this one fellow came into sojourn, and he will needs be a judge. Now we will deal worse with thee. But I don't know what that is, bro.
Read that again, man. Read that
Verse
again. Verse
9. And they said, stand back. And they said again, this one fellow came into sojourn, and he will needs be a judge. Now we will deal worse with thee than with them.
So what they're saying is this guy came in. Don't forget, Lot came in and fit into the society, and just kind of held his peace. And like, we're gonna deal with you now, because you holding the men's back. It's messed up.
It says, and they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door.
They almost broke the door down.
It's like a horror movie. You ever see those zombies out?
I know that.
When they're like
Night of the Living Dead.
Like,
I know y'all see Night of the Living Dead, right? Never. Come on, y'all young folks got to watch some old classics, man. Night of the Living Dead was great. The only thing was they were just very weak at. I don't know why these zombies don't hit hard. They should have been broke down like this. Why are they doing why is it like this?
It looks so different from what they look at today.
I know, but you got to watch the classics and go do.
But there's video games that.
This
video games
that old stuff. They call it old stuff like the 90s. Like what? 90s ain't even old stuff.
No.
That's horrible.
But but they have that. They have a lot of movies that have that kind of concept integrated.
But it's not even the same, bro. They got the zombies running all fast like they track stars. It's not real. That ain't how it was supposed to be. What's that? Why are they running so fast? They got 4 speed. All the zombies run 4 4s. You ain't got a chance. It's crazy. Anyway.
And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. Damn. And the men put forth their hand and pulled Lot into the house to them. So the angels had to say, listen, man, we're going to grab Lot because they're going to
get him. They're going to get everybody. They're going to get everybody.
And shut the door. Verse 11. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness. That's how bad it was.
Because they almost got in. We know?
Both small and great. So that they wearied themselves to find the door.
Now they were still crazy, bro. They were still trying to get in. He said they wearied themselves. They exerted so much energy after they were blind to keep trying to get in. Sodom was wicked, These dudes were wicked,
And the men said unto Lot, hast thou here any besides? He's like, do you have anybody else in this house?
Yep.
That you need to be sent, get out of the city? And this is what he said, son-in-law, and thy sons, and thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place.
He's like, these guys got to go, man. This whole city wants in. They all got to die, except for your family. Let's go.
For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of the Lord. So they cry like this is the spirit of the city, and God can't stand the spirit of the city anymore.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier, how when there's so much negative in a city, in a place, the cry of negative and the stench rises up to the heavens.
And
that's when the Most has to come and intercede and destroy it. And that's how nations rise and fall. When the corruption rises and the wickedness gets so high, the Most High is done with it. He did the same thing with Canaan. When you read it, I think it was Wisdom Solomon went into that time in 12, how Canaan kept doing so much negative. Enough was enough, and he had to sit back here and pull the plug on Canaan.
God. And we can relate to that also with the George Floyd situation. You can go to the people. The people couldn't stand it anymore. Just the everyday common people couldn't stand the idea of cops just killing people in public and it being acceptable. There was a intensity about the people.
Yep.
So think about how the Most High feels.
Yeah.
And whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of the Lord.
Exactly.
And the Lord has sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out and spake unto his son-in-law. Now you gotta check this out.
His sons-in-law.
His sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, up, get you out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. So what does that show? He's telling everybody, get up, we gotta get the hell out of here, we have to leave now. But the sons-in-law were laughing at him. They were laughing. They said he seemed as one that mocked. Like he was joking. Like they thought they were clowning him.
Yep.
Like, bro, you are really extreme right now.
Must be a joke. Exactly.
It's the same spirit as when you're dealing with Noah. Noah's trying to say, man, it's gonna rain. I've been building this ark. I've been teaching y'all. And people are like, I don't want to hear that, man. I'm not trying to hear this.
And it's no different than us. We all come off. If I'm gonna be honest, we come off extreme as hell. We come off like you better turn up every day of the week, or the Most High is gonna destroy you. And I know that. I know people off on the outside. These guys are extreme Bible zealots. Like, yeah, we're nice people.
There's a holy fear, though. There's a holy fear.
Do you really got to turn up and multiply what we're doing times 7? Is it really that important? Serious? And that's how people look at us. Until all hell breaks loose. When all hell breaks loose, oh, now I understand.
Yeah.
Now I get it. And that's the point. And that's how we've been looking for years. So, once again, going back to the point, this is how Lot was looking. Extreme, overboard. Why are you pushing so much? What are you doing?
And the angels came to the house. He told them the story.
But the thing is, they didn't look at him as angels, because everybody wasn't beamed in like that. Don't forget, Lot was trained by Abraham.
True.
So Lot was able to see things differently than the rest of the world. They just want these handsome guys for themselves. That's all they wanted. That's all they saw. Horrible, bro. They wanted in.
It says right here. It says, but he seemed as one that mocked unto him.
What verse you at?
Verse 14. This is an important verse.
4, yeah.
And Lot went out and spake unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughter. So he likes these guys. He loves them.
Well, they're family.
It's family. This is like, Israel has such an issue with their family out when they finally want to lock in the scriptures out. And they can't stand the idea of their family not making it out.
Yeah.
But this is a dynamic when you have the scriptures. Part of being Israelite is your family not want to make it with you.
Or everybody in your family is not going to see things the same way you see things. Whether they're mothers and fathers or sisters and brothers or their children. Everybody isn't going to agree. Everybody isn't going to want to commit themselves as much as you're committing yourself. Continue.
And has married his daughters and said, "Get up, get you out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city." But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
And when the morning arose, the angels hastened Lot and said, "We gotta go," saying, "Arise, take thy wife and thy 2 daughters, which are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity."
The ones that were there, the daughters that were there were virgins, because 2 of them were virgins.
Come.
Remember? The other ones were already married and had husbands. Continue.
"Lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city." And when he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters.
So the thing is, Lot really wasn't trying to go either. There was hesitance there. He lingered. He was waiting too long. You know?
He was bullshit.
He was BS. Oh, I forgot my coat.
I knew my page.
Go, man.
I paid you.
Get out of here, bro. my lucky hat. What are you talking? Let's go, man.
I can't find my baby.
I forgot my necklace. I forgot my bracelet. My necklace.
We gotta look at it from our perspective, because he's like, look, if angels came to us and said, "We gotta go," brother's like, man,
You got things you left behind. You want to bring all your stuff. I need time to pack.
my books.
I can't pack. No, you can't pack.
I can't find my jewelry. Like, it's gonna be gone. It's gonna be your life.
You overthinking, bro. Now you overthinking. That's crazy, bro.
It said, and while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his
That
wife.
means they snatched him. You gotta get the hell out of here, man. No more time. The noose is dropping, G.
I'm not-
These bombs are dropping.
I need my outfit. I had a certain shirt.
My lucky shirt.
I gotta find my shirt.
My multicolored shirt is young fly flashy with this color shirt.
God.
Get out of here, man. I'm telling you. You know.
And upon the hand of his 2 daughters, and the Lord being merciful unto him. And they brought him forth and set him without the city.
Mm-hmm.
And it came to pass, when he had brought them forth abroad, that he had said, "Escape for thy life, look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain."
Stay down. Mm-hmm.
Neither stay thou in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed.
Now hold that and
Dangerous.
go back to Josephus. I got it. It says they resolved themselves to enjoy these beautiful boys by force and by violence. And when Lot exhorted them to sobriety and not to offer anything immodest to the strangers, but to have regard to their lodging in his house, and promised that if their inclinations could not be governed, he would expose his daughters to their lust instead of these strangers, neither thus were they made ashamed. The purpose of it was to make these guys feel bad. They weren't ashamed about that. But the Most High was much displeased at their impudent behavior, their stubborn behavior, so that he both smote those men with blindness and condemned the Sodomites to universal destruction. But Lot, upon the Most High's informing him of the future destruction of the Sodomites, went away, taking with him his wife and his daughters, who were 2 and still virgins. For those that were betrothed to them were above the thoughts of going. So they had other ones. They were, oh, I'm sorry, hold on. I read that wrong. It says, and went away with him his wife and his daughters, who were 2 and still virgins. For those that were betrothed to them were above the thoughts of going, and deemed that Lot's words were trifling. It said trifling.
You trifling, bro.
So make sure I got this right, and I said it wrong in the scriptures. They were betrothed. The 2 daughters that were virgins were to be given to 2 men. Okay? Mm-hmm. And they just didn't have sexual relationship. But they were supposed to be given to them. But the 2 men that were supposed to marry his daughters thought that Lot was trifling. He thought he was lying. So they weren't going to go with him. They weren't going to follow him. So Lot took his daughters and left the 2 men behind. Okay? Trifling. You got a trifling definition? Because my definition of trifling probably ain't what Webster's definition.
It's in the Mama's dictionary.
A Mama's definition?
Yeah, it's just trifling. You know,
it's trifling without the G. It's trifling. It's trifling. Exactly.
It says lacking in significance or solid work.
Because it's not, you're BSing.
I'm not taking it serious. What you're saying.
Okay. I'm surprised they put trifling in a dang learned man's book. So, okay. The Most High then, okay. Now we're going to go back to the scriptures. Okay?
It also says unimportant.
Okay, trifling.
So now, verse 18, right?
Yep.
It says, and Lot said unto them, Oh, not so, my Lord. Behold now, thy servant hath found grace in thy sight.
What verse we at?
Verse 19.
Okay.
And thou hast magnified thy mercy, which thou hast showed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me and I die. Now, God said he wasn't going to kill him.
And that's
bear ain't going to come get you.
And that's why he says that Lot tried to imitate Abraham.
He wasn't
Lot wasn't Abraham's caliber. He wasn't Abraham's caliber, and he tried his best to do the things that Abraham would do, but he wasn't the same caliber as Abraham. His faith wasn't there like Abraham's faith was. Yeah. His relation with the Most High wasn't there. He was a good guy that was limited in his faith and works, but he was still a good guy. Okay, so now he's like, man, I don't think I can make it up there to the mountain. I can't survive. Read on.
Behold now, this city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one.
And I'm going to say this. This is why it's so important for Israel to get in the habit of learning how to follow now. This is why it's so important to get into the habit of making adjustments quickly on the fly now, because you're seeing how hard it is for mankind to adjust. This last night, his life was comfortable. His daughters had husbands. They were about to have a marriage. He was comfortable in this world, and within one night, his whole world is turned upside down for the Heavenly Father. This is the kind of lesson that we have to be willing to just let go of what we got in front of us for the Most High. We can't be so caught up into our life and our patterns of doing things and not be willing to adjust on a moment's notice. What he showed us is I can't be so caught up in my routine that I can't be adjusted for my routine. Because this is why Lot was going through so many changes. Listen, the angel said, leave now. Go to the mountains. I don't know. I got to get this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to survive in the mountains. There's nothing to eat up there in the damn mountains. How am I going to survive in the mountains? I don't know. Then you start thinking and you start strategizing and planning. There's no place for me to stay. I ain't got no bed. But I'm joking with that. But you get my point. All the thinking and the overanalyzing and the over-planning, you start to doubt. But the reason that you start to doubt is because you don't prepare your life beforehand by serving the Most High, putting yourself last, putting your desire last. This is why we rehearse the righteous acts now. We rehearse the righteous acts now so we can make adjustments when it really counts.
When it counts.
But Lot was comfortable too. Lot might not have been doing the wickedness that the Sodomites were doing, but he was comfortable. He was comfortable. He was living his life. He was in an ease position, in an ease state. So now things are ramping up, turning up, and he don't know what to do. He can't adjust in time, at a quick enough time. His daughters were tripping. The wife was obviously tripping. Everybody couldn't handle it because they were comfortable in their routine and they weren't committed to staying uncomfortable for the Most High.
Being pilgrims
because the Most High, the thing is this. He shows you, the Most High shows you where Lot is at. The Most High kept challenging Abraham. Why? He's showing you also how the Most High deals with the man or the woman that he knows he can continue to build a relationship with versus the man and the woman that doesn't want to change anymore. Was Lot a bad guy? Lot was not a bad guy. But you know what? Lot was comfortable with the life he had. So what? Mosai stopped putting him through scenarios that kept challenging him. It shows you because when he has to make the biggest change of his life, he's hesitant, he's doubtful, he's afraid. Mosai kept working on Abraham, kept working on him the entire time, never let him get comfortable.
That was mercy.
It was mercy, but it was love too.
That's those daily benefits
that come from having a sacrifice.
Yeah, I'm going to keep you spiritually prepared for when disaster comes or change comes.
But the challenge is with that, your life is always uncomfortable. I got to fix this. Your life is always uncomfortable.
What's the difference between Lot and Abraham then, other than just not being the same caliber? Like, what deemed Abraham worthy enough to consistently work at and Lot to be left?
I'm going to say this. Desire to continue to push forward. Obviously, Abraham showed the willingness to continue to be pushed by the Most High. Whereas Lot plateaued.
Remember, Abraham walked in the desert.
Yeah.
And wasn't tripping about it.
Well, and that was the thing.
And left his city.
Well, that was the thing. Lot was comfortable. Listen, you can tell Lot was comfortable living around a bunch of wicked people.
That's what I was saying.
He was comfortable with it. He found a way. You know what he found a way? He found a way to not break the law. But, good night. He found a way to not break the law, but make his money and live his life and have his house in the corner.
That was routine.
Once again, so what did he do? Is he wicked? Lot's not wicked. Lot is not a wicked man, but Lot really wasn't about standing up for righteousness all the way.
It's just like living in Atlanta. Huh? Living in Atlanta, everybody, I'm talking you in the mall, like 90% of people you talk to, the men talk to, are that way. And you just got to find a way to just accept it, work my life, take care of my business, go through my routine, do the Sabbath, study the Bible. It's cool, but we're not supposed to get comfortable around a lot of negativity, like you had brought up.
And that was the thing. Lot was okay with just living his life, paying his bills, dealing with his family, and not challenging himself. And that was the difference. Well, Abraham was constantly pushing. And the person that's constantly pushing is constantly getting challenged. It's constantly having to sit back here and live by faith. The path is more difficult. That's the difference. What was your question, sis?
Isn't his wife the one turned back?
What's that?
Isn't Lot's wife the one who turned back?
Yes, and we're going to get into Lot later in a second. Keep going down here for a second.
All right.
Let's keep talking for a little bit.
So when you're looking at, it's no different than running in place. If I'm running in place, I'm doing busy work. I am busy. I'm making moves. I'm making decisions. I'm doing things, but it's not spiritually progressive. There's maintenance and there's progression in working out. If I'm working out just to maintain my health and maintain my shape, that's cool. But progression is about how much more am I willing to be uncomfortable physically and dietarily to see change in my life and see results. So they're both working out, but who's getting results? Lot and Abraham are both keeping the commandments, but who's getting more results? Abraham, because Abraham was the father of faith. In order to have faith, you have to be in a position where you don't see the what? Scripture says, walk by faith, not by what? Sight. So if I'm a man of faith, then I'm not going to see the outcome. I have to be comfortable engaging in circumstances, engaging in scenarios where I do not see the outcome.
Exactly.
That freezes a lot of people up.
And that combination of being uncomfortable, Most High coming through. The headband was killing me, man. It was flapping around. It was just not going to work. It was flipping outside. I had to get rid of it. Anyway, point is the life that Abraham lived was predicated on dealing with faith, being challenged, overcoming the challenge.
But we're the same way. I got like this one point. Oh, that's the point.
Okay, you can.
I'm with you, guys.
You can.
We're the same way when it comes to when. See, people will look at these stories. They like see, oh, I don't know why he didn't believe. I don't know why they didn't do this. But when we have a scenario in our life where it requires real faith, it requires real decision making, real risk, following real counsel. We don't have that mentality. We have lots of mentality.
I know.
Yeah, I just want to go back.
Let me make the safe plays easy.
I want to be the safety. Go ahead.
Why do I have to live my life under this level of stress? Why
This
live
is
my
stupid.
life under this level of stress, this level of pressure, this level of anxiety on a consistent basis? Let me just do the
easiest thing, huh?
do just enough
Come.
to not be destroyed. That is the challenge.
That's Israel.
That is the challenge that all Israel faces. You know what the
Come.
crazy thing is? Everybody isn't meant to live their life at that frequency, at that level of pressure. It is
True.
fine, but the truth is this: the greater glory goes to the person that dedicates at the greater level. So there's nothing wrong. I'm not even here to sit back and say Lot was wicked. Lot wasn't wicked. But Lot wasn't willing to sit back here and take those risks that Abraham did. And the Most High knew what was in his heart. That's why I talked about how Lot imitated Abraham.
And the Most High says he won't give a man more than he can what?
Handle.
More than he can handle.
But now that the Most High was sitting back here and was about to destroy Sodom, now all these issues start being exposed.
The underdevelopment
Is
of the lot
exposed.
was exposed when the Most High created a condition where change had to come
Immediately.
now. And we don't understand. We sleep on certain lessons. That's why I want to really hard focus on. There's counsels that we get from our elder sisters, our elder brothers. There's counsel and advice and flaws in our spirit, in chinks in our armor that life shows us about ourselves, and we choose to ignore. We choose to say, you know what, it's not that serious, and to move on and really
trifling that.
distract ourselves. We like
That's trifling.
We're trifling. Mom was right.
The idea, the idea of being pushed to that level is trifling.
Yeah,
it's not necessary. It's overboard.
Everybody's cool to their push past their comfort zone, and then you see how people really feel. People's true. Not saying people are evil and they're bad, but you see the real person when I'm put in a condition where I'm being pushed out of my pace.
And most of the time when that happens, when I'm pushed out of my pace, then the thought goes, it doesn't have to be that way.
And it's true.
It doesn't have to be that extreme. I don't have to go and give that much. And like you said, and like I said, it's true. Lot wasn't wicked. But when the time is, you got to have faith. Are you going to sit back and run through the battle, or are you going to sit back and pause?
And what scripture do we have to prove that? The scripture says,
pull the verse. I want you to pull the verse because it's important.
Okay.
Because this point is important to kind of dig, because it's not about attacking anybody or any scenarios, but what does it show? Hey, for the things that I don't think are necessary, for the things that I don't think are that important to focus on, is where I'm going to get exposed down the line.
Matthew chapter 6 and verse 20.
I'll read it so you can sit back here. It's Matthew what?
Chapter 6 and verse 20.
I'll read it so you can explain it because this is your angle.
And verse 19. Verse 19.
Matthew 6 and verse 19.
Uh-huh.
Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth.
So earth represents the physical realm. It's the things I can grasp, see, the things I understand, right? So if I'm laying up treasures on the earth, I mean I'm strictly dealing with things that are within my
Sphere
reach,
of influence.
my sphere of influence, things I can control. It all comes back to control.
Mm-hmm.
I can control this situation. I can control this. I can control that. I have leverage over these things. I have the ability to influence these situations around me.
Yep.
So I don't need the Most High that much because guess what? I have control.
Yep.
Read.
Where moth and rust doth corrupt.
But moth just represents situations. where you
Age
look-
and time.
Yeah, age and time. Your car breaks down. Your degree that you got, you need another degree. Your relationship now stale. You got to rekindle the fire. Everything in life in this physical realm comes to a
Fades.
point of stagnation. Read on.
And where thieves break through and steal.
And that's just situations that you can't control that cause major problems. Pipe busting your house. You say all this money. Look, all this money's gone now because unforeseen circumstances appear in your life.
Got it.
Read.
But lay up for yourselves.
I was supposed to not just be going to work and just be eating my food and dealing with my relationship and living my life and going through my routine. I was supposed to be doing what? Laying up what?
But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven.
So the scripture says that that wisdom is better than silver and gold, right? So wisdom is obviously lessons learned. I was supposed to be stacking lessons and experiences that are spiritual based, not physical based, but spiritual based lessons for my greater good down the line. Because we know the physical realm has a peak, it has a plateau. There's only so far my relationship's gonna go emotionally. There's only so far my car's gonna go unless you get $1 million and buy $1 million car. Cool. And there's only so much you can do with that. It's only so big this house can get. This house is big, okay, cool. What more can I do? You can clean it more, you can add more art to it, you can decorate, you can add different incense to it. You can buy some new couches, then you want new couches. Those couches are old, time for new couches. It's only so far you can go in the physical realm. But in the spiritual realm, if your priority is showing priority, what's important to you? If what's important to you stacking these couches, getting these outfits together, stacking up these degrees, holding on to these friendships I have in the world, or was it building my faith, building my confidence, building my ability to discern, building my ability to adjust, building my ability to attend, building my ability to understand the scriptures, building my ability to have faith in dire circumstances, maintaining my ability to continue to extend when I'm tired of extending to people.
And to be more, and to add on to that,
Yeah.
how far do you want to take it? Because for when you decide to stop pushing for these things is going to be where you plateau.
God.
And then where you plateau is going to be where you will eventually be exposed down the line when things get chaotic. And this is what it is. It's not about wickedness and righteousness. It's about how far do I want to commit to pushing myself past my comfort level.
God.
And that determines ultimately if my works are going to be gold, silver, precious stones, hay, stubble, and rocks.
God.
So this is what the Most High is dealing with. And because Lot made a choice to plateau a while ago and to accept living in these wicked conditions and being comfortable in these wicked conditions, now it's hard to transition because he didn't practice the spirit of standing up for what's right when he had the opportunity to.
And I want to finish this point in verse 21 real quick. In Matthew 6, in verse, we're in 20 now?
Okay, I'll read 21.
Yeah, 20 something, read 20.
Okay, okay. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven.
Which are lessons and experiences you have you can always go back to, like David. He fought the lion, he fought the bear. He can always go back to that experience when he dealt with the Goliath, right? Read on.
Where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt.
And those experiences never leave you because you had to exercise your soul to gain them. I'm going to answer your questions. Well, what's your question?
No, go for it.
Okay. I just have a question. So you, with the statement you made that, like after a while you don't want to push anymore, right? And it becomes like uncomfortable, or like because you get uncomfortable, then you're like, in the situation. How do you stop yourself from getting to that point, or if you see yourself getting to that point, how do you like fight it to not? Like, how do you snap out of it? Basically, is what I'm asking.
Well, finish your point in this verse, and I'll answer your question.
Thank you, sir. Read on. I'll finish it up real quick.
It says, neither moth nor rust doth corrupt.
Nobody can take your experiences that you gained through application of the scriptures, through application of counsel, through application of experience. When you made that your priority. Read on.
And where thieves do not break through nor steal.
No one's going to take the growth, your spiritual growth. No one can take that away from you. Read on.
For where your treasure is,
where your priorities are. Read on.
There will your heart be also.
So everybody's living a physical life. But on top of your responsibilities and your physical well-being, you're paying your bills, going to school, going to work, y'all showing up, doing different things, are you going to push your mind to grasp and test your spirit and develop your spirit further by stretching out your skills and developing your spiritual skills, developing your spiritual toolbox? Go ahead, bro.
No, to answer your question was this for everybody online, was when you feel yourself plateauing or when you feel yourself not wanting to push yourself past your comfort level, what do you do, right?
Yeah.
Now, what killed Lot was that he separated himself from the source that kept him strong. Because Lot was potent as long as he was able to imitate Abraham. As long as he was able to be around Abraham and imitate Abraham and follow his lead and follow his energy, he would have kept growing. But what he ended up doing is separating on his own, doing him, and that was where his growth stopped. Because Lot needed a mentor to keep him going. Lot needed somebody to keep inspiring him to push him past his comfort level. The same thing for us. Go to Galatians. I need to go to Galatians chapter 4, verse 1 down. Because all of us are in the same boat. When I listen, hell, even for me, if I'm sitting back here and plateauing in my workouts, what do I got to do? I got to be around somebody who's going to work me out, or is going to work with me to push me past my comfort level. And that's what this is about. So I have to sit back here and submit myself to people who are going to make my life uncomfortable in arenas that I don't want to push myself anymore, whether it's working out, studying, teaching, whatever it is. So we're going to go to Galatians chapter 4, verse 1 down.
Galatians chapter 4, verse 1 down. Now I say that the heir, as long as he is a child, differeth nothing from a servant, though he be Lord of all, but is under tutors and governors until the time appointed of the Father.
Now, we can sit back here and look at this in terms of a king or a young prince rising up to be a king, but we're dealing on our level. We have to sit back here and still be under tutors and governors until the time appointed of what Father? The Heavenly Father. If we want to continue to grow, we have to continue to submit ourselves around people who will continue to push us. And this is what serving the Most High is about. And once you really understand the power of the Most High in Christ, you understand that you never stop growing. You never stop submitting yourself to the greatest strength. We went over class on Monday about the voting scenario. In the middle of the class, it was talking about the judges of Israel. And how dealing with the judges of Israel, it was an aristocracy. And dealing with the aristocracy from a worldly perspective is dealing with kings, royalty, so forth and so on. People with the most money. But in Israel's realm, the aristocracy was based on the individual who had the greatest faith, who had the greatest mercy, who had the greatest love, who had the greatest, who was the greatest warrior, and the greatest discipline. Those were the attributes that justified a person to be a judge of Israel. So understanding that, the way that for Israel to stay potent, the way for Israel to stay strong, is for us to continue to feed off of the strength or the potent attributes of another person.
Of the superior
If I'm
source.
a sister, I have to keep feeding off the strengths of other people. If I'm a brother, I have to keep feeding off of the strengths of people that do things better than me. If I want to keep growing, I got to keep being around people who inspire me to be better. If I sit back here and I eat bad food all the time, guess what I got to do? If I got a strong desire to get some chicken from Bill Miller's
all day,
I got to be around somebody who says, let's go to Chipotle. And I'm be like, yeah, but I kind of want to go to Bill Miller's. But what do I got to do? I got to sit back and say, okay, I'm just going to submit. We're going to do Chipotle. Then I'm going to go to Chipotle, and I'm going to say, man, I'm going to get the burrito, bro. Let me get the burrito. Or the brother said, I'm going to get the
bowl.
The bowl. And I'm like, but I want the burrito. I'll get the spinach one.
Cheater.
The spinach one doesn't make it more righteous. It's still calories. What am I saying? I got to submit myself to the person who's making the healthier choices. That keeps me right. It's the understanding that I got to align myself around the people who represent the things that I'm not comfortable doing. And when I hit a spiritual low, I hit a spiritual wall, I hit a part of me that I don't want to fight no more, and I better align myself with a tutor and governor that can push me in things that I don't want to do. That's how I reemerge. If I'm not inspired to do my work, then what sister is going to be around me that's going to inspire me to get off my butt and do more? Align myself with that, and don't align yourself with the person who you do more than. What's up? No, it's nothing, sorry.
How does that look when you can't physically be around somebody? Like they're physically not available or they're busy doing other stuff. So when you do seem like you want to put yourself around them, it's not feasible.
That what it is, it's in your persistence, huh?
It's got a cell phone right here, bro.
Well, it's cell
What
phones.
if they don't answer? What if they don't
I'm
answer
gonna say this.
hours later?
But then you take what you get the hours later, and you eat it up. You still got to keep pursuing because the scripture talks about knocking on the door. Matter of fact,
I'm with you. I'm not going nowhere.
but I was gonna. Put
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm the same point.
I was. Keep going, man.
But on the topic of, I had an elder years ago that I never saw face to face. I never saw his face, not face to face ever. But I made the pursuit to communicate once a week, and in those once a week conversations, I had questions, and I had to meditate on his way of looking at things. I had to think about on my personal time. I'm in the bathroom, while I'm on my bed, while I'm taking a shower.
Those are important times of the day, man.
That's real times.
They are really important times of the day. When you have those little breaks in the action.
Bro,
Anyway,
I'm driving my car. I had to think about what this person was saying, where they were coming from, how they come to this conclusion. You have to meditate and think deeply on the premises and the statements of people that you engage with in their conversation.
yeah.
You have to. I can't lie. You have to you have to have a notebook of what things that people say, and you have to think about it. You have to obsess about certain things.
Because that's very important what you're saying, and don't get caught up in the word obsess, because why am I supposed to wear the doorsteps and the footsteps of my elder? I'm supposed to wear out the steps so I can learn how to think like that person. So if I can't physically be at a location with somebody, what I can do is study angles in scriptures that a person might have given me. Hold on to statements and thoughts. Just hold fast to that which is true. Or hold fast to that which is good. What is the application of holding fast to that which is good?
So not on the persistence, I mean, because when I first came in, I couldn't be around all the elder sisters. Whoever was able to give me the time, I took that time. And as I reached out to other sisters, eventually that avenue was open to get those lessons from those other sisters.
Exactly.
So that I got the total, talent from every other elder. That was a proper example that I was supposed to follow. I just had to be persistent.
And then it's the same concept as class. Okay, we get class on a Monday, we get class on a Wednesday and a Friday and a Saturday. What the hell are you going to do on Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday? We can't just lose our mind and say, breaking laws! Breaking the law. Sunday, breaking the law on Tuesday and breaking the law on Thursday. We can't take that mindset. So there has to be some spiritual and mental accountability. That's when the battle starts. The thing is, the battle starts when you're not around the person, when you're not around class. The battle starts when I'm alone and I have to deal with my thinking. I have to literally confront my thoughts. That's when it's time to take the test, so to speak. So a lot of times, I remember, I'm not going to name the name of the brother, but the brother would sit back here and say, yeah, man, do I have to sit back here? You ever see those those posters of like wrestlers? Or those posters of people at the mall or whatever the case is.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, I'm a wrestler, whatever the case is. And if your kids take them and put it to their house and they put it in their rooms, whatever the case is. And it was funny because we'll be in the midst of counseling a brother about how to be at the zone at the mall and produce, right? And the solution would be, we have to sit back here and get a picture of a brother, of the elder that you're comfortable with, and then to put him at the cart with you, to sit back here and trust into your training. And we were being a little sarcastic, and we were being bad guys, but what was the point? Does the person have to physically be there right next to you, or a poster board of them, for you to sit back here and stick to what he's trained you on? A lot of times we get so reliant on a physical person being on our hip that we focus more on the physical person than the message. And there has to be a transition of the message sticking versus my confidence being in a
Relationship.
person physically being right next to me. I have to be able, as long as I got the person there, cool. But there's going to be times when I have to rely on the message, and I have to use the message to strengthen me. The scriptures and the message that comes with that person has to be what I hold on to. And eventually, I have to use all that and just finally just use the Bible to fulfill that transition. Because that's what it's supposed to be. When I was a young man years ago, we used to talk about how young men and how young women sometimes are man pleasers. And their whole focus is to do what this brother says or what this sister says. And we were taught from years ago that we have to use the fact that a person might be just following me. We use it to help wean them into Christ. The goal is to accept that a person is going to cleave to an actual individual. But the goal is to get them to transition to relying on the words, relying on the scriptures, relying on the studying. And that's where the transition has to be. I shouldn't be so focused and predicated on a physical person to be there with me when I can't get it. Listen, the point is to continue to pursue the help, to pursue the inspiration. But if I don't get it, that's the Spirit saying, okay, I have to apply the Bible now. I have to apply counseling. I have to find a way to maintain my focus, even though I don't have a person next to me. And that's part of applying the scriptures, and that's part of our spiritual maturity. You know what I'm saying?
And this is why you're supposed to hang on to every single word and take every single conversation you have with a superior teacher seriously. You're supposed to be like a baby and absorb the baby just, whatever the parent says, they just absorb what the parent says and they hold on to it like the sky's blue.
I got a point.
Yeah.
Because sometimes people don't get offended when you say call them a baby. I tell them to be a baby. People get offended. I'm not a baby. I'm not disrespectful.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. People do that. I'm serious. When you say a baby, people don't want to hear those words. What's that? What's this?
I just wanted to add, I personally myself, I've been single for a long time, so I've learned to rely on myself and the word on my own. So just the other day, yesterday, I talked to somebody and they said they were having a hard time, and I was trying to hear them out, and I said, you know what, ultimately I don't have the answers, but Most High does have the answers, and that's who you need to reach to. And I was just thinking that in my situation, what I've done, the Word of God says to stir up the gift that we have, and we all have a gift. So whenever I can't reach out to a sister or for leadership, whatever, what is that gift that God has given me from the beginning? That is to get into the Word and get into prayer.
Now, I got to say this. The Most High has every single person in this room dealing with different battles and challenges. And what I mean is this. The counsel I gave this sister was based upon a person who is normally used to attaching themselves to a person to feed off their strength and their positivity. And for a person whose strength is that, they're going to have to learn to adapt another aspect of things. What I mean is this. The person who's used to attaching themselves to strength to keep them strong has to learn to maintain that, because that's a great aspect to have. But they have to learn some self-motivation tactics also. The person who has solely sustained themselves on functioning on their own has to learn to do what the other sister does and learn to attach themselves to the strengths of others. Because none of us are allowed to just be the one-trick pony, so to speak, to sit back and have one strength and not the other. We have to work on learning both aspects, because in the scripture says talks about seeking first the kingdom of the Most High and His righteousness. To seek the kingdom of the Most High is to seek the people, is to seek those bonds and to seek those commandments, and then to seek that righteousness is that self-study and the reading and to sit back here and looking at yourself, working on the things in yourself. It's a combination of both. I have to have the body of Christ, and I have to have that willingness to study and read on my own if I want to complete my development. And I say that to say, just know that all of us come in with one strength, and then we have to work on the other. None of us come in here complete. None of us come in with the total package. And just knowing if I work on the other thing that doesn't come natural to me, that balances me out. That makes me more potent to the Most High. And on your question too, sis, I want to go to Ecclesiastes chapter 32, verse 7 through 9. This kind of gives you the angle you were talking about in a while. Speak, young men, if there be need of thee, yet scarcely when thou art twice asked. Let thy speech be short, comprehending much in few words. Be as one that knoweth, and yet holdeth his tongue. If thou be among great men, make not thyself equal with them. And when ancient men are in place, use not many words. What that means is this. A lot of times, if I am a communicator, and my strength is communication, right?
Mm-hmm.
I go to a sister, or I'll go to a brother to download, and I'll vomit. And then after I vomit, I feel better. Right? And there is a level of positivity to that. But is a person just feel better more about the vomiting or the medicine that comes after the vomit? And this is what Ecclesiastes 32 verse 7 through 9 is about. It's about the willingness to listen and get the message and to retain the message more than the vomiting. Is that making sense? Is that making sense, sis? Does that make sense? I'm assuming no.
That last verse, I have no idea.
Well,
Okay, no. You mean this last verse I brought?
Yes, but everything else before that makes sense.
But then you got to say that. You got to say it. Because my point is this. I'm supposed to express what's going on with you. Right? Because I tell everybody, so you got to vent, you got to talk about what's going on with you. But a lot of times I've noticed over time, and this is me over time dealing with different type of people. Some people find relief in just talking about their day. And just saying, this is what happened today. It was cold outside. I had a turkey sandwich on rye. I was pissed today. This person said this to me. I'm angry. And I'm going through a laundry list of my day. And after I vent, I feel good. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That is, there's no wickedness in that.
Step one.
But I have to get to the point where I can download my day and then I can listen to the counsel to understand what happened in my day that caused the issue to take me from being happy to sad. And then there's got to be a transition from expressing what happened in my day to taking the counsel from the person you're communicating to use the counsel to plug in to execute what you're going through in your day, so that now your day runs smooth as you're practicing the counsel, versus getting in the habit of just talking about the day and moving on. You see, there's a difference in execution. There's a difference in application, because the person that just vents, now they're dependent on the vent. Now, if I can't vent when I need you to vent,
Not go crazy.
you're a bad person because you weren't here when I need to vent. And I got to get this 15-minute vent in for me to go on to the next day. But there has to come a point where, now I've had 15 days of vent counsels. That I learned to apply the counsels so that I can sustain myself. Because the Most High sets these things up like this. Why would the Most High not have a person there to give you the answer on call when you need it? The wickedness of Israel? Or is it because the Most High is giving you answers that you haven't chosen to use yet and to apply yet to this particular point? Say, for instance, in a week's time, right? I got 3 counsel times, three counsel vents. But then I need the counsel vent on the 5th day. Well, I'm supposed to have used the lessons and the strategies that were given to me those first 3 days of those events to prepare myself to deal with that 5th day of chaos and drama. Because you're not going to always get that time to vent and remedy for this day. I have to use the classes and the counsels that I had days before to prepare myself forward.
Precept to prove. St. John 16 verse 7. Nevertheless, this is in Christ's words, nevertheless, I tell you the truth. It is expedient for you that I go away. For if I go not away, the Comforter will not come unto you. But if I depart, I will send him unto you. Christ can't be there holding the disciples' hands. He has to exit so they can turn into apostles. So they can take all the
rely
lessons.
on the scriptures.
Con.
Because the thing is this, there has to be a fine combination of getting counsel, getting strategy, and then having to apply it. And I think what you're running into the problem is your application of the scriptures. And you have learned to get nurtured just off of the event and not off the application of the scripture or the application of the strategies that were given to you. And I get that. What ends up happening, even in a husband and wife dynamic, it happens that way too. The sister will get so accustomed to the husband's answer and strategy that she relies specifically on the actual counsel and not the scriptures and the mindset behind it. And there's a time when the husband might not be there to give you that pep talk, and you got to apply the damn Bible. Get what I'm saying? And there comes a point where you're going to have to apply the scriptures in the spirit of what he was trying to tell you, or apply the scriptures in the spirit of what the sister is trying to tell you, versus relying on somebody holding your physical hand the entire time. You're just not going to get that. As nobody's going to get that as much as they would like it. It's just not going to happen. Get what I'm saying? So
Dealing with Lot.
exactly.
You got Lot. Abraham was pushing Lot. And then Lot plateaued because he stopped stacking lessons. There's lessons that he didn't get any more lessons on his own for his development. So he better sure have imitated the mind of Abraham and learned the complete mind of Abraham to keep progressing and keep exercising himself in this comfort and growth and forward momentum and forward movement. But most people are slaves to their own devices.
Yep.
We're slaves to our own devices, and then their devices become strong philosophies of how we operate, modus operandi or approaches. This is my approach to life. Your approach is supposed to be your teacher's approach. And then you have multiple teachers, so you learn this is how Sean Shawan does it, this is how Ward does it, this is how this brother does it. Whoever's better than me at a skill, I look at them and this is the superior approach. I'm going to learn how to be successful with their approach. And once I'm successful with that person's approach, now I'm going to use another approach that is more successful than my approach. And so now if I hold on to these approaches, I should become more dynamic in any situation, because one situation calls for Sean Shawan's approach, one situation calls for a Ward's approach. I gotta be able to be a good judge and know when is the best time to use this counsel. That comes when you've been practicing.
That's what I was going to say.
That's the third step.
But you have to practice. The thing is, you have to practice the strategies that the sisters are giving you to even know what's the best for you at the time that you're doing it. It's where you're having to figure out is, I have to practice the how. I have to take the counsel, I have to take the information, and I have to implement it into my life.
And that's at this point. And that means
that's wisdom.
I'm looking for the cut. I'm looking for a critique. I'm looking for a person to show me where I may have not been 100% accurate in my judgment.
And that's why I said it was about listening more than talking. For your specific situation, you got to get it out, whatever's going on, to listen to find out the how to fix. I got to vent so I can get the answer. How do I fix it? Because I don't know if y'all know this, but whatever I feel today, more than likely, if I feel bad today, if I feel negative today, if my outlook is unpure today, within 5 days to a week, or maybe 2 weeks, guess what's going to happen? the outlooks constantly come back. I hope y'all understand that. It's not like I have a mood today and then I'll never feel that mood again. The moods are patterns. Mm-hmm. There is a reason that I feel unmotivated today. If I feel unmotivated today, probably in 2 weeks I'm going to feel unmotivated. If I have a negative outlook towards my husband, probably another week I'm going to have another negative outlook towards my husband. If I am dissatisfied or angry or vexed, that is going to show a pattern in myself. If I have an apathetic spirit where I just don't feel like doing a damn thing, or there's a slothfulness to me, that is a spirit in me. So whatever I'm being taught today to deal with it, I have to use that same strategy and work it whenever those thoughts pop in again. And that's what wisdom is. Wisdom is the correct application of knowledge. It's the correct way to use the information and the strategies that are being brought to me so I can find success in my life. But what happens is Israel is religious in this regard. If I have a person next to me, I feel good. I feel whole. I feel comfortable because I have a person on my hip. There's nothing wrong with that if you got it. But the Most High is showing us, hey, you can't have that forever. There's going to be times when you got to be out in this world and you got to fight your battle and you have to use the scriptures and you got to use counsel to get through these issues. That is when the Bible becomes real for us. It's one thing to have faith in people, have faith in people that are around me. I have to eventually have faith in these scriptures that the Most High is pushing me and forcing me. The goal is to have faith in His Word. The goal is to have faith in these scriptures, and that has to be worked on, has to be practiced in ourselves. You know what I'm saying? And that's not always an easy thing, but while you have people around you, start practicing it. Start practicing your strategies. The Word will have more value and meaning to you. Some of us come out of the world and we have faith in people. And there's nothing wrong with that, but the problem is you're going to find if you have solely have faith in people, people are going to let you down. People's flaws are going to let you down. They're going to make mistakes. They're not going to be perfect. And then all of a sudden, I'm going to equate my relationship with people to my relationship with the Heavenly Father. I have to understand that the people around me are guides to help me learn the Most High in Christ, so I can have faith in the Most High in Christ, so I can have a connection.
Father, come.
So I'm using and I'm feeding off of people's strength, so I can learn that strength and accept that strength in myself. That is the goal. That is the focus. And a lot of times we feel whole with people around us, but the Most High does tell you this: it's in estrus.
Just put it. I'll just put this right here. But
that's not the one I want.
This course.
That's not the one. I want to go into 2nd Esdras, chapter 7, verse 1 through 10. 2nd Esdras, chapter 7, verse 1 through 10. And brother, Ray, I saw your question, and I will get it to you as soon as I can. We're dealing with one thing right now. So 2nd Esdras, chapter 7, verse 1 through 10.
All right.
We'll hold that one.
1 through 10. It says, and when I had made an end of speaking these words, there was sent unto me the angel which had been sent unto me the night afore. And he said unto me, Up, Esdras, and hear the words that I am come to tell thee. And I said, Speak on, my power. Then said he unto me, The sea is set in a wide place, that it might be deep and great. But put the case, the entrance were narrow, and like a river. Who then will go into the sea to look upon it, and to rule it? If he had went not through the narrow, how could he come into the broad? So
he's giving you an explanation that you can't get to the broad unless you go through the narrow. It's going to explain. It's going to give more detail next. Read on.
There's also another thing. A city is builded and set upon a broad field, and is full of good things.
This city is the kingdom that's full of all good things. Read on.
The entrance thereof is narrow, and is set in a dangerous place to fall, like as if there were a fire on the right hand, and on the left a deep
So what
water.
he's saying there's a kingdom on the side, there's a narrow pathway, and on the sides are fire and water. Fire and water are very dangerous, treacherous elements on each side of this narrow pathway. Read on.
And one only path between them both, even both between the fire and the water, so small that there could but one man go there at once.
And this is the catch. In order to get to the kingdom, you could only cross one person at a time to get to this through this narrow passageway. Read on.
If the city now were given unto a man for an inheritance, if he never shall pass the danger set before it, how shall he receive this inheritance?
You can't get the inheritance if you don't cross this narrow path, right? That only one person can walk at a time. Read on.
And I said, it is so, Lord. Then said he unto me, even so also is Israel's portion.
Israel's portion is this same allegory or explanation. You have a kingdom on the side. There's a narrow path to get to it. There's fire and water on either side, so it's dangerous. One person can cross this narrow path at a time, which means this. I can't have a bunch of people with me to get to the kingdom. As much as we're united and we're a family and we're together, my entrance to the kingdom is based on my application of the scriptures. My entrance into the kingdom is based upon how well I apply the counsels of my elders or my husband or the brothers or the people who can give me answers. My entrance is based on how well I follow instruction, how well I listen, how well I apply, how well do I take counsel and information, knowledge, and apply it into my work, which equals wisdom. Because wisdom is the correct application of knowledge. So I'm judged on how well I can take the counsels and make them turn into lifestyle decisions. So even in a simplest form, at best, I might have a person in front of me and I have to mimic their movements. I still got to make the movements. I'm not going to be on somebody's back like this. Where we going? We get into the kingdom. Hell yeah!
Yeah.
Onward!
That's funny.
There's no onwardness. They're just like, yeah, go. Watch out. Ooh. Watch out, duck. It ain't like that. I have to follow, at best, a person's example, but I have to live it. And there has to be an accountability in that. And that might be challenging or scary, but those are the facts. We have to have wisdom. Everybody says wisdom. Be wise. What the hell does that mean? Wisdom isn't being a smart guy. Wisdom is how well can I take counsel and make it work for me? How well can I take advice and change my thinking? Can I take another person's words and clear my thinking from it? Can I sit back here and take instruction and make that instruction work for me? That's wisdom. Yes?
Can we say wisdom is experiences?
Wisdom, I would say wisdom is the correct application of knowledge. And it's the correct way to use what you've been taught. Experiences is understanding. The understanding is when I followed XYZ and it became successful, I know how to teach somebody now. The experience should be when I did things the right way and I followed instruction and I applied it for myself and I got blessed behind it. Now I have understanding / experience. I can teach somebody now from my experience, do this, and this, and it'll work out for you. But that for you, that is what you're going to need to keep working on, the application part. The taking whatever conversations I had, hold on to them to push me forward. Hold on to this information, push it forward, and find joy in that. And find the challenge, embrace that challenge. What was that scripture the brother pulled about the parables escaping you, not letting it escape you?
Yeah, he had it.
It was Ecclesiastes 6:35. Ecclesiastes 6:35 in the Apocrypha. Read that for me and explain it. I want to check something.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 6 and verse 35. I'm going to read this. And if thou seest a man of understanding. So a man or woman of understanding is a person that has had their example produces consistent success because they understand what they're doing. If I'm making cakes, or if I'm a chef and I follow this recipe consistently and I make award-winning cakes, it would behoove me to study the approach, methodology, conversation, outlook, premise, personality of the person that consistently wins when it comes to baking these pies, cakes, or making these meals, right? This is a person who understands how to win in this scenario. So if I see someone winning in life in the spiritual realm, they're winning in an Israelite life. They're getting the best. They're making the best out of this life of being a Hebrew. Then it behooves me to get beside this person and learn their secrets. There's a whole bunch of businesses that they make money off of just telling people, I got the secret. I got the secret. Just come on this live feed and we'll give you the secrets if you at a cost. In our realm, the cost of getting the secrets is submitting your time, taking correction, being shown where you might be lacking, humility, and free service. That's the cost of getting these secrets and getting these understandings that you can use for a lifelong journey in this truth. Read on. I'm gonna read on. It says right here. It says, verse 35. It says, "Be willing to hear every godly discourse." Sorry, verse 36. "If thou seest some man of understanding, get thee betimes, meaning quickly, unto him, and let thy foot wear the steps of his door." Verse 35.
Now, once again, listen. What is that saying? That means that I'm supposed to surround myself around people that are giving me wise answers and solutions as much as possible.
Okay.
But is it all about being at this person's house, or it's about being at this person's house so I can absorb the information?
I want to explain it. It says right here.
I want to
hit this point. What's one point real quick? It says, I'm not going to go all day. It says,
I just want to make sure I brought that point out.
Yeah, and let thy foot wear the steps of his door. We assume that it means I'm physically at this person's door. The steps at the door means you have to get in the same spirit that they're in. I gotta dwell in the same mentality this person's in. If I'm a new mother, I have to have the same mentality as the mothers that might have 3-4 kids that are skillful with children. If I'm going to be a mother, then it behooves me to have the same mentality as a woman that is skillful with 3 or 4 babies. If I'm a young woman developing into, there's women that are skillful with careers. There's careers like women. And they know how to run a household and maintain a career and serve a husband. That's a challenge. I got to have a career. I got to maintain the husband. The husband needs attention too. And then I do with the babies and the kids in the house got to be clean. I have to be an expert multitasker. Does it mean that I'm on this person's hip at their physical door? Or does it mean that I'm dwelling in the same mentality as this person? Even though I don't have 3 or 4 kids. Even though I don't have a major career. Even though I'm not having to serve the demands of what it takes to maintain the happy connection between a man and woman, or husband and wifehood. It means you should be absorbing the mind of the people around you and living in their mind. You know why I can say we can do it? Because when it comes to being negative, I'm pretty good at holding on to people's mindsets when it comes to being negative.
Yeah.
I can go anywhere and say, look at how people make me angry. Oh, I just want to whoop that person's ass. No one wants to fight you. Nobody wants to put their hands on you. But you are so quick to be in the mind state. You were dwelling in that mentality when you got out the car. I dare somebody to step in front of me and I just want to cut in line. I just want to have an attitude with me. She had an attitude when she gave me the change back. You were in the mindset. You were already prepped for a fight. You are dwelling in that spirit. So the scripture says to be at their door, it's talking about I better prepare myself to live in the mind of my teacher. That's what it really is about. Now, going on, verse 35, be willing to hear every godly discourse, right? Every conversation, and let not the parables of understanding, that's what the word calls the message, the core message, escape thee. Don't let go of the message. The message is what you're going to need 5, 10, 20 years from now. The message you're going to need when your husband wants to maybe not be there anymore. I hope you got the message when you were following the other counsels. There's going to come a time, you're good right now. There's going to come a time he might not want to be there. It's not like this because we're Israelites, it's going to work out. I'm sorry. I hope you learn the lessons from sisters that have been there, done that, bought a t-shirt. I hope when you have a career and you're like, I don't have any energy to invest in my kids. I'm very tired. And I have to give these kids need me, but I have hours and hours of work to do. I hope you took the lessons you got when you were a younger sister and the core message they gave you of how to get past your physical body, how to get past no sleep, and invest in your children, because over time they're going to remember that.
Yeah. You're right. Everything's right. And that I think it's the thing is just dealing with how we learn.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of us feel confident when people are around us.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just not a reasonable, or it's not a realistic answer that you're going to have these people around you at your call whenever you need them. But there's counsel and there's wisdom, and because there's counsel and wisdom, there's help. The thing is, we like help the way we like our help. You know what I mean? We have certain ways we like our help, that we prefer our help, but that's not realistic to what the Most High expects from us. We get wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. That should be the stability of our times and strength of salvation. So I think we explained that part, right? Okay, listen, I'm gonna briefly answer your question, Ray, and we're gonna go back on topic. The question was, is it unlawful to work out on the Sabbath? Okay, we're going to go to Matthew real quick, chapter 12, verse 10. Let me see. Now, Yad,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go into this question real quick.
Yeah.
Because a brother asked me this question last week and we didn't have time. So the question is it unlawful to work out on the Sabbath day? We're going to Matthew chapter 12, verse 10 through 12. So we're gonna go over here real quick and deal with this. And can you get that from me? Matthew chapter 12,
verse 10 through 12.
Verse 10 through 12.
Matthew chapter 12, verse 10 through 12. Matthew chapter 12, verse 10 through 12. And behold, there was a man which had his hand withered, and they asked him, saying, Is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath day? That they might accuse him. Verse 11. And he said unto them, What man shall there be among you that shall have one sheep, and if it fall into a pit on the Sabbath day, he said, will he not lay hold on it and lift it out?
Because the fact that your sheep goes astray and falls into a pit, that's your livelihood. You're going to sit back here on the Sabbath day and say, well, let it die. Let the wolves eat it. Because it's the Sabbath day, it's Shabbat, I can't do anything. He's like, no, anybody with common sense is going to sit back here and save that sheep, which is in turn is doing work. Right on.
Verse 12. How much then is a man better than a sheep? Wherefore is it lawful?
No. Yeah. Wherefore
Wherefore it is lawful to do well on Sabbath days.
So the question is this. I don't know, Ray, if you're part of a camp or you're a self-studier at home. I'm not sure what your affiliation or your situation is. But if I'm doing well for my people, then I can't sit back here and do well on the Sabbath day. But if I'm just working out for me, I can wait till the sun goes down. The intention is, what am I doing it for? Am I doing it for the body? If I'm doing something for the body, for instance, in our camp, we have a business that is established to sustain and feed the families of Israel. And because we have a business that's established to feed the families of Israel, we have to work on those Sabbath days. And in doing those Sabbath days and in working on those Sabbath days, it makes sure at least 10 families are fed and taken care of. So according to the scriptures, it's okay to do well on the Sabbath day because our our experience in doing well is making sure people can sit back here and put food in their bellies and take care of the children. So we have to sit back and do certain things in the Sabbath day to make sure families are fed. But if I'm sitting back here and working out and that just benefits me,
and augmenting myself.
If the workout just benefits me, then the answer is no.
I have to put off my self-interest, because the Sabbath is supposed to be about the nation coming together.
Yep.
It was always about, we have our own land, we have our own property, we have fields, but we can all become isolated based on our work. I'm so focused on doing my work and sustaining my household that I can forget that
sustaining my passions.
Sustaining my passions, I can forget that we are a family, we're a bloodline, we're a nation. So on the Sabbath day, I'm supposed to leave my practices and leave my household. Although if I have sheep, they gotta drink water. I can't let the sheep die.
Yeah.
I gotta make sure my sheep drink water. But I gotta make sure that I'm with and connected to my people on the Shabbat. On the
and it's supposed to be a solemn day. The truth is this: if I'm working a job in the world, and I come to class, I listen to scriptures online, and I work Monday through Friday, and I can position my schedule to be Monday through Friday or Monday through Friday to Sunday, then cool, do it.
That's awesome.
And then if you can sit back and you got the power to sit back here and not do anything on the Sabbath, don't do anything on the Sabbath. Rest. There's nothing wrong with that. But once again, that's why I'm asking questions, because I don't necessarily know what your circumstances are. But if you're off on a Saturday and you're at home and you're not affiliated with a camp that's actually doing something for the body, then I'm going to say don't work out. Then keep it solemn. Keep it holy. Don't do anything. Now, if you're part of a camp and the camp is sitting back here and has something to do for the entire body to benefit the body, then do what the body's doing. But if I'm individually doing what I'm doing in my life, and I have the power to manipulate time to where I can sit back here and take Friday nights and Saturday afternoons off, do it and don't do anything. Because that's the law. So I would say no, you don't work out based off the information I have in front of me. Now, if the camp is doing something in the workout capacity, then I'm going to say it depends on the situation.
Because Kawakabe brought up about that they had, what were they? They were security guards. Their job was to be security guards and deal with rowdy people.
But it was for the camp.
Exactly.
Listen, it was for the camp. And it was a business established so the camp could take care of themselves, could be interdependent and feed the families of Israel. And they didn't have the power to dictate, no, we're not going to work on a Saturday. So they worked on certain days. That was the Sabbath. And because of it, they weren't wicked because they were doing well in the Sabbath. But if, once again,
like David,
if I have the power to sit back here and not do it, don't. And I can't make it about me. If I have time, don't make it about you. If you're part of a camp scenario, a camp setting, and they're doing things for the body, then my answer will be different. So really, I don't know exactly what your circumstances are, but if it's just you living your life, listen online, and you got your Saturday off, and that's all you got to do, don't do anything.
Study.
Don't lift. Sundown's in like 4 hours, 5 hours. Then hit it.
Hit night workout, man.
Night workouts, man.
Get that
night jogs.
Get that night
anyway,
grind.
So we're gonna let this go and go back to the point. Let's get back to the actual class.
So the point was, Lot was exposed when he was by himself because he had to follow the core messages he learned from Abraham.
Yep.
And we all are going to be in a circumstance. I remember years ago, I'm not going to go into the story, where I called war, I called Shamshawan, called Monabad. No elder answered my phone call. And I'm in a life or death situation. This is life or death, man. And I knew. Was it real life or death? It really was.
Okay.
It really was. That's why I was like, ain't nobody answer my damn phone call.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I called everybody I knew was my tutor.
Yeah.
I called every tutor. I can't be calling, hey brother, young brother, what do I do?
The hand gesture. It wasn't just what do I do. It was just like, please give me bread.
Help me. Help me. Like, you're my leader. You're my leader, huh? So I realized, you know what? This is when the Most High is between me and Him. Yep. And I had to believe in my prayers. That's when your prayer life has to matter. So like, cool, I'm gonna go to this bathroom, I'm gonna throw this prayer up, and I'm gonna believe in this Bible for myself. That's when God.
That's what I was saying about
God takes the chain wheels off.
There is a point where everybody has to sit back and believe this book on their own, and it's no longer is my husband or this sister the symbol of the Most High.
God.
Can I go on this book and hold on to it and trust it?
God.
That's so important for each and every one of us. If you don't have it, to work on transitioning to get to that point. That's everything. Because you got to believe this. Talks to this scripture that says, I think it's in Philippians.
2:12.
I think so. 2:12.
I think it was had it. I had it.
I think it is 2:12.
Philippians 2:12. Philippians 2 and verse 12. Right here it says, "Wherefore, beloved, as ye have always obeyed, not as in my presence only, but now much more in my absence.
Exactly.
Work out your own salvation with fear and trembling."
There's got to get to a point where you got to believe these words. You got to sit back here and read these words and say, if I follow these words, it's going to work out. The Most High says the beginning of faith is when a man cleaves to the Most High. Meaning, I'm cleaving to these scriptures. It's cool to cleave to counselors and sisters. That is a good thing. You're supposed to do that initially. And after you learn everything they're telling you, I got to take these words and cleave to those words now. Their words have to become mine.
This is why it's so important to have the mind of a student.
Yep.
And you ask lots of questions. And listen, the things we get tested on are usually the things that we're not good at.
Yeah.
It's not the things I'm good at I'm getting tested at. It's like I can flow. I got this. I know I got it. The test is all coming when you the thing that you're not good at. Lot, go to this mountain. Oh, there's lions in there. There's
Lions and tigers.
They out there. I'm like, something might happen to me. They're like you. So I'm gonna send these angels to save
Cougars in there.
I'm gonna save you from destruction.
Cougars, bro. Them things vicious.
They're real.
I know that.
The Texas cougars are real too.
Vicious. I mean, cougars are for real, bro.
So I'm gonna save you from complete destruction of Sodom, just so you can get ate up by a cougar in the mountains.
Yeah.
That makes sense. But
When you're scared.
It does make sense. It's scared. But it just shows that that his Lot's faith was not fully developed like it needed to be. That's why I have to always ask my question: is my faith enough? Is my wisdom enough? Is my ability to make good decisions enough? Have I studied enough? You should always have that inner fear. Have I done enough? Have I done enough makes you listen. It makes me listen.
Yeah.
But I don't want to hear what God says sometimes. Tell me certain things I like. You just tell me I'm a bad guy. That's all you want to say. I'm a bad guy. You know what? What he was saying is, hey, are you prepared for the challenges that are coming? They're going to come. They're just not there right now. They're down the line. You understand that? These experiences are down the line. They're just not going to be now.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, ma'am.
I was going to say that, have you ever seen that where there's two things looking at each other, and one is a kitty and one is a lion? And then sometimes when I come across certain situations, I think it's a lion, but God sees it, the Most High sees it as a kitten.
God.
As a kitten. So sometimes my head makes it bigger, and Most High is saying, "You're okay. You're gonna be okay with this."
You can handle a scenario.
And that's when you rely on the sisters. And they'll sit back here. And this is why when I look at a scenario as a lion, I got to talk to a sister.
God.
And then they'll tell you, no, you can handle this. You see the point is this. I keep flipping it because everybody needs different solutions. The person who's accustomed to calling about issues has to call and apply. The person who's used to self-reliance has to call up and report. Everybody's different. Because if I feel overwhelmed and I'm used to internalizing things, I got to make a phone call. Mm-hmm. So that my situation becomes more realistic. The person who's the independent person needs to learn how to trust counsel and trust sisters. The person who was overly reliant on the body needs to learn how to trust the Most High and read on their own and apply the word. The Most High has, and that's why the scriptures has everybody in a position where they have to make adjustments. None of us, so I might be talking about I know Wat's question, but it's reversed for everybody else who doesn't like to call sisters, who doesn't like to talk about their problems. The ones who don't like to talk about their problems, guess what? You got to talk about your problems. You got to make your life an open book to other sisters so they can help. It can't be like this. I'm in class. I'm like this. There's a lot of Israelites that are like this. Come, I believe.
That's funny.
Unthinkable. Nobody. There are these men and women of mystery. Like, what's going on? I don't know. They just come to class and they say shalom and they leave. Oh, that's just as prevalent as the one who wants the whole posse around him.
Yeah.
It's wrong on both ends. Because the person who's the mysterious person has a bunch of crap that don't come out. And to be specific, they take longer to change. Because nobody knows what the problem is. Everybody, hey, shalom. Nobody knows they're a walking time bomb.
Yeah, suffering in silence.
Bing! And listen, that's the problem. Now all of a sudden, why this is to flip out? Nobody knows. I don't know why she was flipped out. I don't know. Why did the brother? I don't know. We were laughing earlier.
It's all good.
Because certain people have learned to mask their issues, mask their negative, push down deep everything inside of them. And I would watch Talladega Nights. It was a ridiculously stupid movie, and it was about how his buddy Cal Naughton Jr. wanted to be number one and wanted to win the race, and then Ricky Bobby was like, "If you're number one, I can't be number one." He said, "So that can't work." And Cal Naughton was like, "Okay, I guess I won't be number one then." And then Ricky Bobby said, "Listen, now you got to push that deep down and never let it come out." And I always thought about it. It's dumb and it's ridiculous, but people push all their issues. Because the thing is, he wanted a chance to shine.
Yeah.
And Ricky's like, push that all the way down. Don't never let it come out, bro, because I'm number one. If you're not first, you're last, baby. So he's like, you got to be number two and push that resentment all the way down and never let it surface. And people in the world learn, I push all my issues down. I push all my thoughts down. All my issues and resentments I just push down, and I just internalize. And I internalize. And the more you internalize, you get more angry and more bitter. And you hate the world. Because you never let things out so it can be scrutinized and dealt with and attacked and worked on.
Hey, can I make this point?
Or I'm so worried about bad chisme that people are going to sit back here and judge me for what's in my head. I keep it in.
Yep.
Either I'm worried about being judged, because that's why a person doesn't bring it out.
Yeah.
I don't want to get judged. I don't want nobody to sit back and throw it back in my face.
Right.
There's a bunch of haters.
Yeah.
Because the world teaches there's a bunch of haters waiting to see you fall.
Yeah.
Waiting to see a chink in the armor.
Yeah.
But in this realm, the ones who internalize have to bring things out. And the ones who want the whole group mentality need to sit back here and lock it down and get in this book and study.
Hey, can I make this point?
I got to say one more thing. There was a brother back in the day that always wanted to have them group Bible session studies.
Yeah.
Group Bibles are like, dude, how the hell you going to really learn? You got 5 guys talking and yipping and yapping about the Bible, man. Go home and read the damn Bible for yourself so you can figure it out. Why I got to have a crew studying with me? I never understood that. I got to have 7 guys in the room and now I'm going to study? Maybe you got to learn how to fight a sleep demon and read the Bible for yourself. Because that's the only reason I might have 5 people around. Because if I'm reading, I'm like this. 5 minutes later. That's what happens too, man. Israel be going to sleep. Because they don't want to challenge their mind. Point is that for whatever strength you might have, the Most High shows you're going to have to switch it up and allow yourself to give yourself to the person or the sister or the brother who can sit back and push you out of it. If I'm about secrets, you better be around the non-secret keeping person in the world to pull that out of you. If I'm about sitting back here and I need the body to keep me going, I gotta be around people who can independently be strong and show you how to be that strong. That's what you need for your spirit, or you're never gonna grow. We gotta stop being bench press Israelites. I always say that. Who's the bench press Israelites? Upper body, bro. I'm knocking out this bitch. That's all I'm doing. I got chicken legs. It don't matter. As long as I bench press, it's all good.
It'll be all right.
Israel loves that. They don't want to do core. They don't want to run. I'm going to do bench because it's easy. That's the mindset. But we're all that way. In our own little spiritually flawed way, we want to stick to what's comfortable for us. I want to be accepted for keeping all the skeletons in the closet. Because I don't want nobody really to see me. I want you to love me, but don't see me. Appreciate me, but don't see the real me. The Most High is the power of the light. Everything's got to be in the light. He wants all the dirt to come out, and then we deal with it. And then we move forward. Anyway. Hope that answers y'all's questions. Does it? Does everybody, even the ones who didn't ask the question because they were too quiet to ask it?
I want to make this. I want to make this.
Listen, I'm gonna always do this.
I want to make this one point though.
That's awesome.
When
Yes.
over a period of time,
And there's no judgment here, y'all. I hope y'all understand this by now. It's all love. It always is. Okay? Nah. What was you gonna say? I'm sorry.
if I practice internalizing for long periods of time, you have different situations, and different situations require different strategies or different outlooks per situation. If I just stack situation after situation after situation after situation with no solution, over time it becomes a delusion. Israel starts to become delusional over time.
Because you tell yourself, on your point, too, this iron sharpens iron, right?
Yeah.
You need people to challenge your thinking. Or you're going to believe your delusion. Because we know that because Jeremiah 17 says what? The mind or the heart is what? Deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. So you're going to always tell yourself that you're right. Or you're the victim. Nobody cares. Everybody's a big fat meanie. Everybody's messed up but you. Mm-hmm. That's what your mind's going to always tell yourself. And you need iron and sharp iron. You need somebody to challenge your thinking to bring the best out of you. And that's why you have to bring out your thinking, your thoughts, and your schisms and your issues so they can be addressed and they can be challenged. I'm sorry.
That's all I want to say. That's all I want to say. The end product of internalizing and not communicating is delusion. Mm-hmm. That's the end product.
Yep.
So I know people have unrealistic ways of looking at things. I know it's a history or a pattern of I've let things stack up. They call it a buildup.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're going to go back to Genesis chapter 19.
Yeah.
Okay. And let me see.
Doing a lot, man. Doing a lot. Genesis 19.
Oh, yeah, we definitely doing a lot still.
Verse 4.
I'm just trying to find. No, it's 19. We already got past where they wanted the men's out and stuff like that.
I thought it said before they laid down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round.
No, we went past that. Okay. Because we got to the where they got blinded.
Oh, we did. And it came to pass when they had brought forth abroad and said, "Escape for thy life." Verse 17.
I think it's further than that.
Lot said, "Now, so he left the mountain. He didn't want to go to that mountain."
Yeah, that's when he didn't want to go to the mountain. He was afraid to go to the mountain.
Okay, let me see. Hold that servant found grace.
17, then it is.
Okay.
Escape to the mountain.
Okay. So Genesis 19 and 17. And it came to pass when they had brought them forth abroad, and he said, "Escape for thy life. Look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain."
So the goal was to not even look behind. Mm-hmm. Why was that said? Because from the beginning, they didn't want to leave. They were hesitant from the beginning. Mm-hmm. He told Lot, his daughters, and Lot's wife, don't look back, because the angels knew there was already hesitance in them to leave. They didn't want to come out of their surroundings. Didn't they say that angels to take them by the hand and get out of there? Because they were already hesitant, right? Read on.
Neither stay thou in all the plain. Mm-hmm. Escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed.
Yep.
And Lot said unto them, "Oh, not so, my lord. Behold now, thy servant hath found grace. If thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, and thou magnify thy mercy, which thou hast showed unto me, and saved my life, I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me and I die."
Free. He was afraid, man. Read on.
"Behold now, this city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape thither. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live."
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
And he said unto him, "See, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city. I will not overthrow the city, for which thou hast spoken. Haste thee, escape thither, for I cannot do anything till thou be come thither. Therefore, the name of that city is called Zoar.
So he wanted to keep that one city to start over again. Read on.
The sun was risen upon the earth, and Lot entered into Zoar. Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah, brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven.
Now hold that. We're going to read in the Apocrypha, not the Apocrypha, but the Josephus. It said, the Most High then cast a thunderbolt upon the city. That's that fire and brimstone. That is thunder from the sky upon the city, and set it on fire with its inhabitants, and laid waste the country, with the like burning, as I formerly said when I wrote the Jewish war. Keep going.
And he overthrew those cities, and all the plain, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew upon the ground.
So he destroyed every element of the city,
Yeah.
even the damn vegetation. That was how angry the Most High is. It shows you in Genesis how furious man made him on. I was so pissed off with man that I sat back and flooded everything. I'm so pissed off with man that I sit back here and I burn a land to the ground, vegetation and everything, to ashes. Read on.
But his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt.
Because they were told not to look back. And they looked back. She looked back because she still wanted that life. She still wanted the world.
Yeah.
She still missed what, even though they were blatantly negative, it was fun.
Yeah.
She missed the world. What the Most High is showing us is that we have to sit back here and make our decision and live with it. If you're ever going to really grow in Christ, if you're ever going to grow in the Most High, make your choice and don't look back. The individuals who play with that middle, the Most High spews them out. Give me that scripture at
Lukewarm.
Yeah, lukewarm. And Luke 9:62. I'll get the Luke one.
That's Revelations 3:16, and then
Matter of fact, I'll read the one in Luke first. Luke chapter 9, verse 62, and you give me the lukewarm one.
okay, Luke 9.
Matter of fact, we're going to Luke 9 in verse 59. Down.
Luke 9:59. And he said unto another, Follow me. But he said, Lord, suffer me first to go and bury my father. Oh yeah, he's doing that too.
Mm-hmm.
And Yahushua said unto him, Let the dead bury their dead, but go thou and preach the kingdom of God.
Read on.
Another said, Lord, I will follow thee, but let me first go bid them farewell, which are at the home at my house. And Yahushua said unto him, No, man, having put his hand to the plow and looking back is fit for the kingdom.
You can't start working for the Most High and then turn back. You can't start working for the Most High and have regrets. This is why the Most High tells all of us to count the cost before we jump in. Count the cost before we give ourselves, because he hates a wishy-washy mind. He hates a person that's not all the way committed. Either you're committed or you're not. Either you're going to live this way or you're not. He says you can't start this work looking back. Why would a person put his hands to the plow and look back? He puts his hands to the plow and looks back because there's regret. There's something about the world that he misses. There's something about the way he or she lived that they miss. He's like, listen, if you put your hands to the plow, don't look back. That's the only way you can stay strong. Because if you sit back here and you keep doing this, you keep looking back, what does it do? It weakens your spirit. It weakens your potency. And Christ is all about, am I going to stay strong? Am I going to be strong? Am I going to be resolved in making a stand to please the Most High? I'm not going to look back. I'm not going to sit back here and start and stop. That mindset frustrates the Most High. And you're not worthy of the kingdom if you start and stop and start and stop and starting and looking back, starting and looking back. Because in order for me to look back, I'm actually stopping the plowing. I'm stopping the work to look back. And now your energy is split. Your mindset is split. And you can't truly be the best in what you're doing if your energy and your focus and your attention is split. Now give me the verse in Revelation.
Revelations chapter 3, verse 16. Revelation chapter 3.
Revelations 3 and 16.
Uh-huh.
Matter of fact, verse 15.
Verse 15.
15 and 16.
I know thy works, that thou art neither cold nor hot. I would thou wert cold or hot.
He says, Most I would rather us be about this or not. He'd rather us be committed or not. Read on.
So then, because thou art lukewarm, and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth.
Exactly. Once again, a person that functions lukewarm, that functions half-hearted, that functions that where their heart's a little here and it's a little there, a person that's not completely committed to what they're doing, the Most High is not going to honor. He says, I'd rather you be all the way negative than be a little negative, a little righteous. I'm in the middle. He'd rather it be that way.
God. I wanted to pull this one point too. So
Okay.
on the same point, right here it says, it says, 2 Peter 2 and 22. But it happened unto them.
2 Peter 2 and 22. Make sure everybody gets it.
2 Peter 2 and 22.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to go back to Revelations.
Yep.
2 Peter 2 and 22. It says, but it happened unto them according to the true proverb. And this is truth. The dog is turned to his own vomit again. So isolating that point, the dog turned to his own vomit, meaning dogs are always going back to their sickness. They're always repetitively going backwards. They're chasing their tails. They're always in this cycle chasing their tails. They're ultra impulsive, and they're always trying to go backwards. Always going back to the old vomit. Now I'll go to Revelation 22, verse 14. Revelation 22, verse 14.
Revelations 22, 14. Go for it.
It says, blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life.
22 and 19?
22 and 14 and 15.
Okay, 14.
It says, Revelation 22, verse 14. Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life, and may enter in through the gates into the city.
This is Christ talking. Read on.
These are not the ones that were lukewarm.
Yeah.
Verse 15. For
without meaning outside of the kingdom.
For without are dogs. So the ones that went to the gate of the kingdom of the city were the people that were not lukewarm. But the ones that were on the outside of the city, scriptures, they were dogs.
He's not talking about a dog, a physical dog.
It wasn't
obviously.
a chihuahua outside of the kingdom. It says dogs and sorcerers.
Man.
So what's talking about? A dog is a person that consistently goes back. They have this repetitive program. They're not progressing. They're always going backwards to their flaws, backwards to their sickness, or they're chasing their tail. They're just in this circle. They're in this cycle, this never-ending cycle, and their heart's not committed.
I want to pull a verse on that.
Yeah.
It's Galatians 2 and 18. Galatians 2 and 18. On the part of starting and stopping, starting right and then messing up, starting right then messing up.
Come.
Galatians 2 and 18 says, for if I build again the things which I destroyed, I make myself a transgressor.
Wow.
The person who sits back here and rebuilds the same negative habits and pattern that they once destroyed is a transgressor. That's the dog, the person that goes back to their vomit. I'm supposed to sit back here and come into this world and change my life, change how I do things, but I go rebuild the same bad habits I initially broke down. Those are the dogs, those are the transgressors, those are the ones who keep looking back. Because there's something about the world that entices them. There was something about Sodom and Gomorrah that enticed Lot's wife. There was something about the world that she was into. The crazy thing is, Lot and the daughters didn't want to leave either. But they had enough presence of mind to finally accept at the end that they can't look back.
Exactly.
The wife didn't accept it all the way across the board. Don't forget, the angels took all their hands and snatched them out. Because none of them really wanted to leave. But the only one that just couldn't let go at all was Lot's wife. And that's why she was turned to that pillar of salt. And that's why she ended up sitting back here and being that symbol to all people that turn back and look back and want that world, who are those transgressors or those dogs.
And what's so crazy is the angels took them outside the city, and then the angels left, and they still had to walk on their own.
Yeah.
So that their examples and their spiritual motivators and their spiritual tutors took them outside the city. They did half the work for them. Half the work was done. That's when you get all the classes, all the instructions, all the counsels, all the critiques, all the you're wrong, do it this way, do it that way, all the retraining,
Now you got to apply it.
You got it all. So they took you out the city, but there's still the plane. You got to walk through this plane on your own.
You got to apply this. You got to apply what we're telling you how to do.
Oh.
You got to live it.
So the angels dipped. They went where they had to go back to the fourth dimension, and then we had to walk on our own. But Lot's wife was like that dog. She didn't accept her condition. She didn't accept her new life. She kept looking back. She kept going back to that vomit. And what happened in the process? She didn't make it to salvation in her time period. Same thing goes for us. It said in Revelation. It said, "Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life. They may enter in through the gates of the city. For without are dogs," meaning people that keep going backwards, sorcerers. You know what a sorcerer is? A person that manipulates things. A sorcerer is all about manipulating elements.
For your own will.
I'm manipulating the story, the situation. This is how it really happened. I'm manipulating as much as I can to get things to fit me, and so I don't have to conform myself. It says sorcerers. It says whoremongers. We know what that is, right? It says murderers. It says idolaters. Idolater is a person that puts other things in front of the Most High. Simple. So these mindsets, I put things before the Most High. I have to manipulate to have my way. I can't accept that I have to let go of my negative. I keep rebuilding in my past. Those are the people that didn't make it to the gates of the city. That's why he said he'll spew out of your mouth, out of his mouth. That was it.
Okay, let's get back to Genesis. I mean, we just got 2 chapters, so we have a little ways to go. So we're going to keep going.
But his wife looked back from behind him, verse 26, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord. And he looked towards Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain, and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when God destroyed the cities of the plain, that God remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the city, the overthrow. And when he overthrew the cities in which Lot dwelt, and Lot went out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountain.
Read verse 29 again. As a matter of fact, read verse 27.
Okay.
Read it.
And Abraham got up
Matter
early.
of fact, read verse 29.
29. And it came to pass, when God destroyed the
Most High.
cities in the plain, that the Most High remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow. And when he overthrew the cities in which Lot dwelt, and Lot went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountains.
First of all, the Most High still overthrew Zoar. And he still had to go to those damn mountains he didn't want to go to. He still had to go to those mountains. Remember he said he didn't want to go to those mountains?
Yeah.
He didn't want to go to the mountains. The Most High still made him go to the mountains. He had to face his battle, had to face his fear regardless.
Wow.
He's showing you Lot kept running from where the Most High was trying to take him. He says, no, you're going to go to those mountains anyway. Whatever happened in Zoar, the city fell. So he had no choice. He had no choice to go to the mountains anyway. Read on.
And Lot dwelt out of Zoar.
Remember, he petitioned to go to Zoar. He didn't want to go on the mountain because he thought he was going to die. He was afraid. Read on.
And dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him.
In the cave.
For he feared to dwell in Zoar. And he dwelt in a cave.
Listen, once again, the spirit just keeps manipulating everywhere, bro.
Wow.
Listen, he wanted to go to Zoar because he was afraid. He got to Zoar and he was afraid of Zoar. And he had to go to the mountains.
Anyway. Wow.
It just showed Lot
That's
wasn't a
crazy.
wicked guy, but he was fearful, he was doubtful, he was flawed. So this is where we at.
He and his 2 daughters.
He out of fear, he says he feared to them. Whatever happened in Zoar, things got turned up, I guess, man. Hold on a second.
He feared to dwell in Zoar.
Hold on a second. Here it is.
Oh, you got it. That's dope.
It says, but Lot's wife continually turning back to view the city as she went from him, and being too nicely inquisitive what would become of it, although the Most High had forbidden her to do so, was changed to a pillar of salt. For I have seen it, and it remains at this day. Now he and his daughters fled to a certain small place, encompassed with the fire, and settled in it. It was encompassed with fire. Define encompassed. I think it's surrounded.
Yeah.
I want to make sure.
Like a compass.
No, it's not encompassed. It's surrounded. I just want to make sure.
To surround and have or hold within.
Exactly. So listen, don't forget, like an idiot, what did Lot want? He says, man, I don't want to go to those mountains. I'm scared. Let me sit back here and find this land Zoar.
To please you.
So the Most High sat back here and destroyed every city around Zoar. And it was burning. Is it a burning inferno?
That'd be horrible. That'd be horrible.
Listen. He said, now he and his daughters fled to a certain small place, because it was a small town, encompassed with the fire and settled in. This guy settled in a land where it was encompassed with fire. Now this is before it turned into a fire, but the Most High said, get out of here, get out of this fire. He said, but Father, I'm going to die in mountains. There's a lion. There's lions. But he said, okay, go to Zoar then. And he destroyed everything around it to make it, it's not livable. Every day you're seeing fire around you all day long, bro.
It's not sustainable. Right?
You can't live that. The smoke alone.
This is bad.
Anyway, bro, that's insane. So, it is to this day called Zoar, for that is the word which Hebrews use for a small thing. There, it was that he lived a miserable life on account of having no company and his want of provisions. So you were already going to be alone with no provisions. Just go to the damn mountains.
Let's do it.
But this is in a microcosm. When your flesh rides you and you don't want to face the direction the Most High is going to take you, He going to still make you go there. This is a longer way. He could have just been settled in the mountains. Most would have took care of it. He wanted to go to Zoar, not knowing that Zoar was going to be more miserable than the damn mountains.
Crazy.
But that's us. That's not just ridiculously idiotic Lot. That's us. Most High says go this way. Well, that way is uncomfortable. I don't know if I want to go this way. That's not a comfortable place I want to go. Let me go here. This is good. Okay, go there. If you find out going there was worse, then go where you're supposed to go. The Most High does that all the time.
Yeah.
What's the lesson? Just follow the Most High and follow the direction He's taking you, and stop trying to run different directions. That's crazy, man.
What book?
This is Antiquities of the Jews, book 1, chapter 11, the bottom of paragraph 4. Okay. It's still the Josephus. Now let's go back and go in the scriptures. And just kind of explain how jacked up Zoar was. And it was in the middle of the damn fire. It's a small town. It's like an abandoned ghost town.
That's whack.
What you see? Okay, Lot, you gotta have this little city. Go over there, then, bro.
He learned his lesson.
Ridiculous, huh?
It said right here, Lot went out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar, and he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger, Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us, after the manner of all the earth. They thought the whole world was destroyed.
Yeah.
Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father.
That's a lot of wine. That's blackout. I mean, how much wine do you got to drink to get blacked out like that? It's crazy, dude.
You know what? That's
strong wine.
They brought the wine from
how much wine can you bring?
They brought the wine from that city. What was that city? Sodom and Gomorrah?
Yeah. You got to have some Sodom. That's crazy.
They had the wine.
That's why they were taking so long, man.
Like, you can't leave the wine.
How much wine can you? You ain't making wine in the mountains.
Don't forget the wine.
That's why they were taking so long. That's why I get your ass with getting wine and drink and coats and blankets.
Yeah.
You know that's what it was. That's crazy, Well, where's the Hennessy? Get the Hennessy. Get the doors over there.
We're gonna need that. I ain't gonna be sober.
That's funny. That's
Oh
really.
my God.
I'm not gonna be sober. After this, I'm not gonna be sober.
So you destroying this? Oh, no.
That's
I'm
comedy.
gonna be
That's
sober.
really comedy. But the crazy thing is, they said this. Why didn't they just ask Lot? Lot knew Abraham was on the other side of town.
Took matters in their own hands.
Was that?
Took matters in their own hands.
They took matters into their own hands. That's exactly what happened. It's crazy.
Oh, man.
Continue, man.
It's a bad counsel, you know.
This guy made bad choices the whole time, huh?
Let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in and lay with her father. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose.
I don't know how drunk you got to get for that to happen, man. That's next level.
The
drunk.
only logical explanation I can give from it is like, you know how they have those, those crazy dreams? You know how people have those kind of dreams?
He thought he was asleep. But
Yeah.
He thought he was dreaming.
Come on, man.
That happens.
That's a lot of liquor, man. But I'm just trying to find out.
woke up.
Listen, nothing. What's happening? Nothing.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's keep going. He was blacked out.
It's that Sodom wine. Huh? You don't drink that.
Don't want to drink that wine for Sodom, but you gonna wake up. You gonna be in a bad.
I do bad
situation.
things.
I didn't know what happened. Nah, bro, you don't want no Sodom wine.
How drunk were you then? How drunk were you then?
Yeah, that's some Sodom wine.
I don't want none of those grapes.
No grapes for me. Keep going. That's horrible.
And they made their father drink wine that night, and firstborn went in and lay with her father, and he perceived not that she had laid with him, nor when she arose. And it had came to pass on the morrow, when the firstborn said unto the younger, Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go thou in, and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn son.
First one, what?
The firstborn son.
Bear.
Oh, the firstborn bare a son, and called his name Moab. I don't know what that means, but Moab. And the same is the father of the Moabites unto this day.
Mm-hmm.
And the younger, she also bare a son, and called his name Ben-Ami.
Mm-hmm.
The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day.
Yeah. So those two children were born out of Lot, from Lot, product of incest. They were product of incest. Let's keep going. Genesis chapter 20.
And Abraham journeyed from thence toward the south country, and dwelt between Kadesh and Sur, and sojourned in Gerar. And Gerar. And Abraham said to Sarah his wife, She's my sister. And Abimelech king of Gerar sent and took Sarah.
Listen. Abraham went through the same issue with Abimelech that he went through with the king or the Pharaoh of Egypt. They thought they was going to take this woman. She must have been out. She must have been stunning at 100. At 100, the king took her. She had to be 100 years old. He's still trying to snatch it up. That's crazy. That's crazy. And you got to think about the timing of it also. He takes her. The angel told Abraham what? That she was going to conceive. So in Abraham's time, this is more things getting in the way of this woman getting pregnant.
Yeah.
How is she going to sit back here and have my child if this son of a gun, Abimelech, snatched her up? All these things, if you look at it from his perspective, a carnal perspective, more doubt. Is the Most High going to come through? See, all these traumatic things are happening to test Abraham's faith, his pure outlook, his consciousness. Because he had to maintain a pure outlook, but this happened a second time, and the Most High to get him through it. Right on. Matter of fact, I'm going to read Antiquities of the Jews. It's book 1, chapter 12, the beginning of paragraph 1. Abraham now removed to Gerar of Palestine, leading Sarah along with him, under the notion of his sister, using the like dissimulation that he had used before, and this out of fear, for he was afraid of Abimelech, the king of that country, who did also himself fall in love with Sarah, and was disposed to corrupt her.
Oh my God.
But he was restrained from satisfying his lust by a dangerous distemper which befell him from the Most High. Now when his physicians despaired of curing him, he fell asleep and saw a dream warning him not to abuse the stranger's wife. And when he recovered, he told his friends that the Most High had inflicted that disease upon him by way of punishment for his injury to the stranger, and in order to preserve the chastity of his wife. For that she did not accompany him as a sister, but as his legitimate wife. First of all, this guy was going to get in and defile her. And the Most High sat back here and got him sick before he was able to do it.
Wow.
And the doctors couldn't fix him. The doctors couldn't heal her or couldn't heal him. Then he had a dream that the Most High said, listen, man, you better give this woman back to her husband. Okay? Then it says, and that the Most High had promised to be gracious to him for the time to come if this person be once secure of his wife's chastity. When he had said this, by the advice of his friends, he sent for Abraham and bid him not to be concerned about his wife or fear the corruption of her chastity, but that the Most High took care of him, and that it was by his providence that he received his wife again, without her suffering any abuse. And he appealed to the Most High and to the wife's conscience, and said that he had not any inclination at first to enjoy her, if he had known she was his wife. But since said he, thou leddest about as thy sister, I was guilty of no offense. He entreated him to be at peace with him, and to make Most High propitious to him, and that if he thought fit to continue with him, he should have what he wanted in abundance. But if he designed to go away, he should be honorably conducted, and have whatsoever supply he wanted when he came hither. Now you go from there.
This is verse 5. It says, said he not unto me, she is my sister? Sorry.
What verse are we at?
Verse 3. And God came to Abimelech in a dream. And the Most High came to Abimelech in a dream, and said to him, behold, thou art but a dead man, for the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife. And Abimelech had not come near her. And he said, Lord, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation? She said he not unto me, she is my sister? And she herself said, he is my brother. In the integrity of my heart and innocency of my hands have I done this. And God said unto him in a dream, yeah, I know that thou didst this in the integrity of thy heart. For I also withheld thee from sinning against me. Therefore suffer I thee not to touch her. Now therefore restore this man his wife, for he is a prophet. He shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live. And if thou restore her not, know thou that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that thou art thine. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and told all these things in their ears. And the men were so afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham.
Can I say something? I'm not going to make this long. Just, the Most High is not to be played with. And when you read these stories, the Most High don't come off soft and scary. He says, you're a dead man. You are a dead man. You're gone. You and all your people are gone. He's not this pushover power that everybody likes to paint. He is vicious. He is vicious and not to be played with. Continue. Let's keep reading.
Then Abimelech called Abraham and said to him, what hast thou done unto us, and what have I offended thee, that thou hast brought on me and on my kingdom this great sin? Thou hast done deeds unto me that ought not to be done. And Abimelech said to Abraham, what sawest thou that thou hast done this thing? And Abraham said, because I thought, surely the fear of the Most High is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. And yet indeed, she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. And she became my wife. And it came to pass, when the Most High, caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said to her, this is thy kindness, which thou shalt show unto me, at every place whither we shall come. Say of me, he is my brother. This their game plan. And Abimelech took sheep and oxen and men servants and women servants, and gave them unto Abraham, and restored him Sarah his wife. And Abimelech said, behold, my land is before thee, dwell where it pleaseth thee. And unto Sarah he said, behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver. I don't know if he's being sarcastic. Behold, he is to thee a covering of the eyes unto all that are with thee, and with all other. Thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed unto the Most High. The Most High called Abimelech and his wife and his maidservants, and they bare children. For the Lord had fast closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife.
What verse are we at, sir?
Verse 18. Now go to chapter 21.
Cool. So not only did he make Abimelech almost dead through sickness, he closed all the wombs up in the kingdom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's do verse 21.
Verse 21.
First of all, and did you explain anything about how the Most High, how Abraham left more rich, right?
I ain't going to that.
It went into it, though, right?
It did.
Okay, so just so you know, what ended up happening is not only did his wife be unscathed, he came back more rich. Every time he went through a scenario where he had to have faith, be patient, wait. Mm-hmm. Listen, you could tell any mortal man who has someone taken by a king is going to have all type of thoughts in his head. Worries, doubts, fears. What's going to happen? What's this guy going to do to him? Am I going to ever get her back? All these things go through a man's heart. And for him to sit back here and maintain pureness of outlook, pureness of heart, is why the Most High sat back here and continued to bless him. He left Egypt richer than when he came in there. He left Abimelech in Gerar in Palestine richer than when he came out. I mean, richer than when he got there. Every time he held his integrity, every time he stuck to his principles, regardless of things looking off, the Most High always blessed him. He maintained his integrity, and that's why Abraham was great. No matter what odds, no matter how difficult the circumstances was, he always held true to believing in the Most High and trusting in him, and he always got blessed. Now we're in Genesis 21, and it's dealing with him having his child. Okay.
It also had to be a long time, because for women not to have babies.
I was going to say that. I said it the last time we had the Sabbath class. I was like, how long would I guess Abimelech have Sarah at his disposal for none of the people in the nation to be able to have kids? How long does it take for people to realize, damn, nobody's having babies lately? How many months is that? It ain't gonna be 1 month. You ain't gonna know. There's maybe 6 months. I can't give a time, but it wasn't no short period of time that Sarah was with Abimelech. And all that drawn out period of time is what brings out the what? The doubt, the fear, the anger, the frustration, the negative outlook. And with all that waiting, Abraham still maintained his position. And that's what made Abraham so great. His pure outlook. And you could tell he was advocating for the people of Sodom and Gomorrah because he was hoping that there was good there. He could still see good despite all the negative around. And that same mindset he had to have when waiting for Sarah to come back to him. No matter how bad this looks, I can still see good. I can still have faith even though there's nothing but bad around me. This guy had bad intentions from jump. Anyway, 21.
And the Lord visited Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived, and bare Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time which the Most High had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born to him, whom Sarah had bare to him, Isaac. Abraham circumcised his son Isaac, being 8 days old, as the Most High had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born unto him.
Phenomenal. Read on.
And Sarah said, the Most High hath made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me.
Because she did laugh. Like the angel said, you laughed. You didn't sit, but you was mocking. You didn't trust me. The Most High did
No,
make
I
her
didn't.
laugh. Yeah, he said, yeah, he did.
So he did.
Continue.
And she said, who would have said unto Abraham that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age. And the child grew and was weaned. And Abraham made a great feast of the same day that Isaac was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar, the Egyptian, which she had borne unto Abraham, mocking.
So Ishmael was mocking Isaac.
He's clowning Sarah.
Hold on 1 second. I want you to, I'm going to read this in Antiquities of the Jews. Antiquities of the Jews, book 1, chapter 12, paragraph 3. As for Sarah, she at first loved Ishmael, who was born of her own handmaid Hagar, with an affection not inferior to that of her son. For he was brought up in order to succeed the government. But when she herself had borne Isaac, she was not willing that Ishmael should be brought upon with him, as being too old for him, and able to do him injuries when their father should be dead. She therefore persuaded Abraham to send him and his mother to some distant country. Now at the first, he did not agree what Sarah was so zealous for, and thought it an instant of the greatest barbarity to send away a young child and a woman unprovided of necessities. But at length he agreed to it, because the Most High was pleased with what Sarah had determined. Now we keep going.
Wherefore she said unto Abraham, cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Isaac. And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight.
And we just read why. Read on.
Because of his son. And God said unto Abraham, let it not be grievous in thy sight because of the lad, because of thy bondwoman. In all that Sarah hath said unto thee, hearken unto her voice, for in Isaac shall thy seed be called. And also of the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is thy seed. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and took bread and a bottle of water, and gave it unto Hagar, putting it on her shoulder, and the child, and sent her away. And she departed, and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. And the water was spent in the bottle, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs. And she went and sat her down over against him a good way off, as it were a bow shot. For she said, let me not see the death of the child. And she sat over against him, and lifted up her voice and wept. And the Most High heard the voice of the lad. And the angel of the Lord of the Most High called to Hagar out of heaven, and said unto her, what aileth thee, Hagar? Fear not, for the Most High hath heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad and hold him in thy hand, for I will make him a great nation. And the Most High opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. And she went and filled the bottle with water, and gave the lad drink. And the Most High was with the lad, and he grew and dwelt in the wilderness, and became an archer. And he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran.
Mm-hmm.
And his mother took him a wife out of the land of Egypt. And it came to pass at that time that Abimelech and Pekul, the chief captain of his host, spake unto Abraham, saying, the Most High is with thee in all that thou doest. Now therefore swear unto me here by God that thou wilt not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done unto thee, thou shalt do unto me, and to the land wherein thou hast sojourned. And Abraham said, I will swear. And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water, which Abimelech's servants had violently taken away. So they were out of order.
I know that. And they came together because of that damn conflict.
Yeah.
And that's why Abimelech was like, listen, man, promise me you ain't going to take me down. He said, I ain't going to kill you, but you guys out of pocket. Trying to sit back here and go to war with my shepherds or sheep herders about this water dispute. Okay? Read on.
And Abimelech said, I will not who hath done this thing. Neither didst thou tell me, neither yet heard I of it, but today. And Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave them unto Abimelech, and both of them made a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, what mean these 7 ewe lambs which thou hast set by themselves? And he said, these 7 ewe lambs shalt thou take of my hand, that they may be a witness unto me, that I have digged this well. Wherefore he called the place Beersheba, because there they swear both of them. Thus they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, and Pekul, the chief captain of his host, and they returned into the land of the Philistines. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba, and called thereon the name of the Lord, the everlasting power. And Abraham sojourned in the Philistines' land many days.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now we're going to go into one of the last tests the Most High had for Abraham, and that was the sacrificing of Isaac. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's read 22 and 1. Now we're going to be jumping back. Get ready. We're going to book 1, chapter 13 of Antiquities of the Jews. And there's a lot of meat there, so we're going to take a little time to go into it.
It's crazy because he gained one son and then lost another.
I know.
He still had to feel that. That
He
still
had
feel
to
good.
It still had to feel the bite of it.
It still didn't feel good.
Huh?
It wasn't like just I got blessed. You gained a new son, but you lost another one.
And you listen. The funny thing is, we read in the Josephus, Ishmael was getting trained up in the government anyway. He was being trained the way Abraham wanted to do it, just in case. So if you look at it, Abraham is a great man, but his life was full of loss. It was full of loss and taking away and getting back and taking away and getting back and losing and getting back. His life was full of that.
He didn't blame the father.
And that was why the Most High kept challenging him. And the more he overcame the challenges, the greater he became. The more his fame spread wide. The more he was admired by the whole world. And that's why he was the father of all the nations of Israel.
What do you think about it, bro? He wants a son real bad. He gets one. He didn't get it the right way. And we know it was based on the wife's counsel. But you still got to give him away. They got to walk in the desert. You know how that lingered in a man's mind?
That was what he was saying. He said he was really stressed, and the Most High came to him and said, it's okay. I'll take care of it. It was still an opportunity for him to trust in the Heavenly Father. Every single time it was about, I'm doing this for you. I'm going to put it in your hands. I'm going to follow you. 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 It always got back to that point. And Abraham consistently, what made Abraham great, Abraham consistently relinquished control. It was in his power. This guy was a mighty man. You tell him he couldn't sit back and have some guy shadow him?
Yeah.
And just take care of him? Everything was about relinquishing control. even though he had everything. Abimelech was afraid of Abraham because he had he damn near had as many possessions or more than Abimelech. He was a threat. He was a real threat. But with all that power and all that influence, he consistently relinquished power and control to the Most High. And that was why he was great. The Most High kept making him greater and greater and greater and greater. And with all that greatness, he still gave the power to the Most High. That's what made him so special. So let's keep going.
And it came to pass after these things that the Most High did tempt Abraham and said unto him, Abraham, and he said, Behold, here I am. And he said, Take now thy son, thy only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains, which I will tell thee of. And Abraham rose up early in the morning.
He got up early, but he did what he was told. There was no complaining. Read on.
And saddled his ass, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up and went unto the place which the Most High had told him.
Now, we're going to sit back here and go on the Antiquities of the Jews, Book 1, Chapter 13, Paragraph 1. Now, Abraham greatly loved Isaac as being his only begotten, and given to him at the borders of old age by the favor of the Most High. The child also endeared himself to his parents, and still more by the exercise of every virtue in adhering to his duty to his parents, and being zealous in the worship of the Heavenly Father. Abraham also placed his own happiness in this prospect, that when he should die, he should leave his son in a safe and secure condition, which accordingly he obtained by the will of the Heavenly Father, who being desirous to make an experiment of Abraham's religious disposition towards himself, appeared to him and enumerated all the blessings he had bestowed on him, how he made him superior to his enemies, and that his son Isaac, who was the principal part of his present happiness, was derived from him.
Wow.
And he said that he required this son of his as a sacrifice and a holy oblation. Accordingly, he commanded him to carry him to the mountain Moriah, and to build an altar that would offer him from a burnt offering upon it, for that this would best manifest his religious disposition towards him, if he preferred what is pleasing to the Most High before the preservation of his own son. So what this whole paragraph is talking about is the Most High kept building Abraham up to this point. It was almost like he'd bless him and he'd have to give up the blessing. He'd bless him, give up the blessing to get more. Every time the Most High forced Abraham to give up the blessing that he just gave him. I gave you this woman, now you got to sit back here and take the risk of losing her. And because you did it well, and you taught the Egyptians me, I'm going to sit back here, give her back to you unscathed, make you a rich man. Every single time he had to have faith, he had the faith, he got blessed. And then at the end of his old age, he's like, listen, man, I got my son. He's prepped. He's groomed. He obeys me. He's a great son. He's a great heir. Everything's perfect. And now you got to give him up. The idea, most men would sit back and say, no, this isn't fair. Why do you keep toying with me? Why do you keep playing games with me? Because that's what happens with us in the world. When we're serving the Most High, it's almost like we tell the Most High it's not fair.
Yep.
Why don't you give me this? Why don't you bless? I did all you asked me to do. How come you just can't give me this? Why do I got to keep losing? Why do I have to keep, to be more specific, why do I have to keep dealing with the threat of loss?
The threat, that's
why do I have to live a life with the threat of loss all the time?
If you move forward, there's another threat of loss.
Exactly.
Because every time you make a step forward in life, there's
life serving the Most High.
Life is serving Christ and the Father. Now we're going for another goal. No, I don't want to talk about it, but we got these situations.
Yeah.
But with one step forward, hey, it's not guaranteed. We don't. It ain't nobody else. Ain't nobody paint into your picture.
And the Most High makes it to where there's no guarantee.
Ain't no guarantee.
And there's always the threat of loss. You move forward, you might lose this. You might lose this.
It might not go where you think it's gonna go.
Exactly.
We have a religious mind state. I serve God. Everything's gonna work out perfect. I'm happy. End of story. And that's not the real story.
When you sit back and read between the lines, even in Genesis with Abraham, this wasn't an easy life for him. For all these great accomplishments, these great things, for years he wasn't getting what he wanted. Think about having all the money you had. Listen, obviously, this is the crazy thing. It wasn't about the money with Abraham. You know why? Because he kept getting the money. He kept getting money consistently. He kept getting richer and richer and richer and more powerful and more powerful. What he wanted was the kid. He wanted the heir. That's why the Most High stretched it out. Because that was where his heart was at. And if you sit back here and look at it even in your own life, it's the same thing. The thing you really want, he's going to stretch out. He'll give you the things that really don't matter to you. Because they don't matter to you. But what you really want, he's not going to give it to you as quickly as you'd like it. He wants to make sure that you put him first before he gives you what you want. And then when he gives you what you want, he might take it away.
That's the scary part.
Because this is the scary part. I gave you your kid. I gave you the blessing. He's a great kid too. He's a really great kid.
He's a great kid.
This dude is really on point.
Charmer.
He rolls just like you. He is the spitting image of you. Now you gotta get rid of him. That's what I want. But I'm trying to show a theme of how the Most High deals with each and every. It's like, oh man, the story of Abraham. This is Abraham and his challenges. This is us on lower levels. The idea that I'm serving the Most High, I don't mind doing good things, but what I really want's here. And can I keep doing the right thing even though I want this? Can I keep doing the right thing, and then when the Most High wants to give me what I really want, he'll give it to me. If he don't give it to me, he don't give it to me. He had to sit back here and keep living right, even though he really wanted an heir. Then he sat back and said, I'm going to stop even thinking about the heir. Then the Most High said, hey, I'm going to give you an heir. What? No, you ain't give me no heir. Because that's the whole mindset. You almost have to forget about wanting the blessing to survive. Because if you keep waiting for this blessing, a watch pot, what? Never boils. You keep waiting for something, you got to get it out of your mind, go to work. But he kept saying, hey, you'll get this son. Come on, man. That's why the wife was like, come on, you laughing at that. I'm waiting 100 years for a damn son. And then I'm going to get one now? Whatever, man. And then you get all your hopes up. And then you lose your woman again. Then you get her back. Then you get the kid. You raise him for a few years. And now you got to get rid of him. You know they were investing their tails off in this kid. Developing, teaching, investing, showing love. And everything was working out good. And then they had to get pushed and get challenged again. But he's showing you how the Most High works with us. He's showing you the dynamic. It's not this light, easy thing. You love me? Okay, cool. Go through this for me. Once you overcome this, great. I'm going to bless you with something. It might not be exactly what you want. It's going to make you stable enough to do my work. All the riches and power allowed him the generational wealth for the son he don't have. So almost psychologically, why am I acquiring all this wealth when I'm going to die and there's nobody going to be able to take the air spot? Yep. It's almost like we don't understand how the Most High processes things. Because what he does, his way of doing things isn't convenient to us at the moment. All the riches, all the cattle, all this money, and I don't have a kid. Now I got a kid that I love. I got to lose him. Now I got another kid that's even better. Now I got to sacrifice him. The mindset that a carnal man will be is, why does the Most High keep playing with me? Yep. Why does he keep playing with me? And if you sit back here and you've been doing this long enough, you probably ask yourself that question anyway. Why is the Most High playing games with me? He's not fair. What does he want from me? Does he want me to be happy at all? That's the thought sometimes that people ask themselves. Does the Most High really want me to be happy? Because I keep losing. I keep losing. The Most High almost finds pleasure in me losing. That's the mindset a man would take if you look at it carnal. Or you got to sit back and take the mindset I trust the Most High. He's never let me down. He's going to be there for me. I can't overthink this. Anyway, so let's keep going in the scriptures. It's Genesis 22, and we can read verse 4.
Verse 4. Then on the third day Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said unto his young men, Abide here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship, and come again to you. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it upon Isaac his son. And he took the fire.
Before we go any further, I don't want to go. I'm going to keep reading this. Okay, so just so we know, in the scriptures, he gets the wood, prepares the burnt offering, right?
No.
Let's go to paragraph 2, chapter 13, paragraph 2, Josephus. Now Abraham thought that it was not right to disobey the Most High in anything, but that he was obliged to serve him in every circumstance of life, since all creatures that live enjoy their life by his providence and the kindness he bestows on them. Accordingly, he concealed this command of the Most High and his own intentions about the slaughter of his son from his wife, also from every one of his servants. Otherwise, he should have been hindered from his obedience to the Most High. The reality is the only way to survive this level of challenge is the acceptance that it's the Most High's will and there's nothing else. Because the second you go into it's not fair, why, this isn't fair, I don't understand. Now I'm sitting back here and saying the Most High is not right. I'm saying the Most High is not right, or I'm trying to disobey or find a way around where he's taking me. What we have to accept is the Most High's got us where he's at, and we have to accept our condition, and we have to just learn to accept and obey. If we can learn that, we can go very far in serving the Most High. But the more we try to sit back and take matters into our own hands to find our happiness or to justify our happiness, now we're out of pocket with the Most High. Okay.
Verse 4?
No.
Oh, verse 6, right?
No, I'm still in.
Okay. Cool, yeah.
Okay. And he took Isaac together with 2 of his servants, and laying what things were necessary for his sacrifice upon an ass, he went away to the mountain. Now the 2 servants went along with him 2 days. Well, the 3rd day, as soon as he saw the mountain, he left those servants that were with him till then in the plain. And having his son alone with him, he came to the mountain. It was that mountain upon which King David afterwards built the temple. It's crazy. Now they brought with him everything necessary for a sacrifice, excepting the animal that was to be offered only. Now Isaac was 25 years old. Like I said earlier, 25 years old is still referred to as a lad when you're 115. Matter of fact, no. If Isaac was 25, that means Abraham was 125.
Yeah.
Right? So that means if I'm 125 years old, yeah, you're a lad. Get my point? Okay. And he was building the altar and asked his father what he was about to offer, since there is no animal there for an oblation. To which it was answered that the Most High would provide himself an oblation, he being able to make a plentiful provision for men out of what they have not, and to deprive others of what they already have when they put too much trust therein. Read that again. It said this: the Most High would provide himself an oblation, he being able to make a plentiful provision for men out of what they have not, and to deprive others of what they already have when they put too much trust therein. When I put too much trust in what's around me, in the things around me, he starts to take it away. When I have trust in what the Most High is doing with me, even though I have little, he will continue to provide. This is the mindset that we have to learn to have if we want to grow in serving the Most High. I can't be so fixated on keeping what I determine is mine that I sit back here and compromise my standard. I have to be willing to let go of whatever's around me for the sake of pleasing the Heavenly Father. I have to be willing to sit back here and accept whatever condition the Most High has for me and not be too attached to trying to control anything around me.
Yeah, not to get attached to my physical blessings, man.
Exactly.
So that's the aspect of idolatry.
Yeah.
An aspect of idolatry is attaching to the physical things in our life.
Because he wants to bless us. The Most High wants to bless us with all things as long as I keep them in proper context.
But you can't handle losing it, so how can I give it to you if you can't handle losing it?
Or I'm going to give it to you, and then if you fight too hard to keep it, I'm going to take it away. So I got to love it, but be willing to let it go if the Most High requires it. That's the lesson. Okay? As soon as the altar was prepared, and Abraham had laid on the wood, and all things were entirely ready. Now we go in the scriptures.
Okay, verse 6. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it upon Isaac his son. And he took the fire in his hand and a knife. And they went both of them together. And Isaac spake unto Abraham his father and said, My father. And he said, Here am I, my son. And he said, Behold, the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering?
So Isaac built the altar. Now he's like, where's the lamb for the burnt offering? Read on.
And Abraham said, My son, God will provide himself a lamb for the burnt offering. So they went both of them together. And it came to a place where God had told him of. And Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood.
Let's stop. Now we're going to go here again. So now it says Abraham bound Isaac on the actual altar. Okay. As soon as the altar was prepared, and Abraham had laid on the wood, all the things were entirely ready. He said to his son, O son, I poured out a vast number of prayers that I might have thee for my son. When thou was coming to the world, there was nothing that could contribute to thy support, for which I was not greatly solicitous, nor anything wherein. I thought myself happier than to see thee grown up to a man's estate, and that I might leave thee at my death, the successor of my dominion. But since it was by the Most High's will that I became thy father, and it is now his will that I relinquish thee, bear this consecration to the Most High with a generous mind, and I resign thee up to the Most High, who has thought fit now to require this testimony of honor to himself on account of the favors he hath conferred on me, in being to me a supporter and defender. Accordingly thou, my son, wilt now die, not in a common way of going out of the world, but sent to the Most High, the Father of all men, beforehand by thine own father in the nature of a sacrifice. I suppose he thinks thee worthy to get clear of this world, neither by disease, neither by war, nor by any other severe way, but by which death usually comes upon men. But so that he will receive thy soul or thy spirit with prayers and holy offices of religion, and will place thee near to himself, and thou will place thee near, and thou will be to me a succor and a supporter in my old age, on which account I principally bought thee up, and thou wilt procure me the Most High for my comforter instead of thyself. Now Isaac was of such a generous disposition as became the son of such a father, and was pleased with this discourse, and said, Thou was not worthy to be born at first. He says that he was not worthy to be born at first. This is Isaac. if he should reject the determination of the Most High and of his father. He's like, I wasn't worthy to be the firstborn if I was going to run from my duty as a son. He's about to get killed, and it's still courageous and honorable. And then when Abraham was about to kill Isaac, he's still sitting back here, not blaming the Most High. He says, man, for all the good he's done for me, this is what he wants in return. Can you imagine that thinking?
Beautiful.
Not, what did I give? I gave all this, Father. Why are you taking this from me? He said, the Most High has given me all these things. He wants you now because of all the good he did to me. You see the thinking? The thinking could be, normally would be, I sacrificed everything for you, Father. Why are you taking it from me? He said, you've given me all these things. Now you want this. I have to accept that. That's the mindset we have to maintain. Stop looking at life like, I've given the Most High all these things. I deserve this. I have to look at life. You know what? You've given me all these things. If this is what you want, fine. You've given me more than what I've given you. That's how we have to function if we want to grow. You've given me more than what I've given you. We don't think that way. We think, I've given you all this. I deserve this. And this is what gets us in a tough situation. You've given me more, Yahweh, than I've given you, and I can accept whatever you want from me.
This is why Israel was cursed with the Most High for complaining in the wilderness. Mm-hmm. Because they had an example in Abraham. Abraham was an example of, listen, I'm not going to, by no means will I complain.
Yep.
I'm going to be thankful for what, I'm going to be appreciative.
I'm not going to be ungrateful.
I'm not going to be ungrateful. So that's the mind Abraham had, but when we went to the same wilderness, the same place, the same footsteps, we had a completely ass-backwards mindset.
I know, because we expected all these things without giving anything. He's showing us the right course of thinking. You're giving me more than I'm giving you. And Abraham gave the Most High a lot. And he still had that humble mindset. And now Isaac is taking the same suit. He says, man, I wouldn't be worthy of being the firstborn son if I didn't take this mindset and accept what I have to give you. He says, if he should reject the determination of the Most High of his father and should not resign himself up readily to both their pleasures, since it would have been unjust if he had not obeyed, even if his father alone had so resolved. He said, listen, man, even if Abraham changed his mindset and wanted to save you, it'd be wrong if I followed my father. It was better that I take the L and take this murder or his death than you sit back, Abraham, and not listen to the Most High. So he was willing to sit back and embrace this death. So he went immediately to the altar to be sacrificed.
Immediately.
No hesitation.
He's 25 years old.
He didn't run. Listen, now he had a whole life to live by. It ain't about my life. This is about the Most High's will and my Father's will. I'm going to do it. These men were exceptional. They were not the norm. Lot was the norm. Lot was the norm. These guys were special. They were different. They were cut out of different cloth. Okay?
They chose to look at things differently.
Because they were greater men.
What
he's showing you, there's different levels of calibers of people. These were greater men. They were built different.
But they also chose different. Because Lot said, if I go this mountain, something's going to happen. I'm going to get devoured.
Yeah.
But Isaac's like, listen, man, I'll give my life right now. Immediately.
And whatever the Most High wants me to do, I'm going to do it.
It's two different mindsets.
I know.
But I think the mindset is a choice.
It is a choice.
I think it's a choice.
And it's a choice, and it takes a different caliber of man and woman to make those choices.
Okay.
It says, so he went immediately to the altar to be sacrificed. And the deed had been done if the Most High had not opposed it. For he called loudly to Abraham by his name and forbade him to slay his son, and said, it was not out of a desire of human blood that he was commanded to slay his son, nor was he willing that he should be taken away from him whom he had made his father. but to try the temper of his mind, whether he would be obedient to such a command. This is how the Most High deals with this. He tries the temper of our mind. He sits back here and puts us through circumstances and scenarios to determine how we will look at things. If I don't get this, is my outlook towards the Most High different? If I'm not getting this how I want my life, am I going to still look at the Most High purely? This is how the Most High works on us. What's that?
I might not find it.
What does it say?
It's good.
Okay.
No, the reason why I started reading.
I believe it. Can I help? I can help. You know? Nope. Can't help.
Well, it's not even like King James translation. That's why. That's why we go to wording sometimes.
Okay. Point is the Most High sits back here. He's showing you how the Most High thinks. He puts us to scenarios where we have to choose honor and judgment and doing things the right way to see, not even to take things away necessarily, but to see how our outlook changes. Does it change? Do we accept the conditions the Most High puts us through over our own conditions and what we want? And this is where he says he tries the temper of his mind, whether he should be obedient to such a command. Since therefore he now was satisfied as to that his alacrity. We're going to go to alacrity real quick and find this out. Alacrity. Alacrity is brisk and cheerful readiness. He says the Most High was satisfied with how quickly they both were willing to embrace and accept their battle. What he's showing you is he's not just happy with us doing it or doing what we're told. How quick are we to doing what we're told?
How
quick are we to accept our condition? If I'm taking weeks and months to change, he's showing me you're not serious about change. Yeah. Well, he's looking at how quickly I am to conform to what pleases the Heavenly Father. Am I fighting it tooth and nail? Am I arguing? Or am I just going to accept it quick? That's what shows the Most High how serious we are with pleasing Him. It was the alacrity of the change. How quick I was to change. How enthusiastic I was to change. It says Isaac jumped on that altar quick as hell. Abraham sat back here and just jumped on this thing real quick. He said, son, you're the sacrifice, son. The Most High wants you because of all the good He did for me, He wants you in return. And I got to accept that. And Isaac was like, you know what? I wouldn't be the firstborn son if I wasn't going to accept this burden. He didn't even say burden. He said, accept this. I'm going to accept it. I'm not even going to fight it. I'm just going to jump on it. This is the word of the Most High. He says, even, Father, if you didn't want me to do it, I would do it. This is the pureness of mind. It almost comes off like these guys aren't even real people. Their courage and their strength doesn't even seem real. And this is why the Most High, these are the type of people who were chosen to be the judges of the earth, to maintain that government of Israel. Their examples were so pure. Everybody can learn from them. That's what the Most High has them here in these stories.
That's why we have to keep pushing for perfecting ourselves.
And it's not about being know-it-alls or trying to be smart guys. It's about we have to keep painting these examples as the standard of what we should be living for. This is why we get up in the morning, to sit back and live like this, to conduct ourselves like this.
And to perfect ourselves.
And to use these guys and their examples as motivations to be the best in us. This is what this is about. Use these examples. Yes, sir.
I found the scripture out. It's Proverbs 19:3. It's funny. The King James writing is hard to get the point of it, but it's funny when you hear the New English. Right? It says,
I know you're going to do the King James, though, right?
Yeah, I'm doing King James, yeah.
Okay.
It says, Proverbs 19, verse 3, the foolishness of man perverteth his way, and his heart fretteth against the Lord, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, this is hard to understand, right? It says, a man's foolishness ruins his life, yet his heart rages against the Lord. I mean, basically, when things don't go my way, my heart rages against the Father. That's what that fretting is. So we know his heart.
It says the state of anxiety or worry. It's fretting.
God. But a man's heart frets against the Lord. So I gotta acknowledge the fact these guys had the mind not to get in that spirit.
Yep.
I'm not getting the spirit of fighting against the Most High. I'm trusting, okay, the Most High, I'm trusting in His judgment more than my own judgment.
Mm-hmm. Because the person frets because they don't want to change. They don't want to accept that they have to change. They don't want to accept that they have to sit back and deal with the inevitable. Because people fret of giving, sacrificing, committing.
Yeah.
And that's the wicked person, doesn't just want to accept the direction the Most High is taking. That was a good one.
Yeah.
But these people had the alacrity, the willingness, the readiness to just jump and embrace their battle line. And that's who the Most High is trying to get us to pattern our life by. Okay? Let's keep going. And the surprising readiness he showed in this, his piety or his devotion. He was delighted in having bestowed such blessings upon him, and that he would not be wanting in all sort of concern about him, and in bestowing other children upon him, and that his son should live to be a very great age, and that he should live a happy life, and bequeath a large principality to his children, who should be good and legitimate. He foretold also that his family should increase into many nations, and that those patriarchs should leave behind them an everlasting name, that they should obtain the possession of the land of Canaan and be envied by all men. When the Most High had said this, he produced to them a ram which did not appear before the sacrifice. So Abraham and Isaac, receiving each other unexpectedly, and having obtained the promises of such great blessings, embraced one another. And when they had sacrificed, they returned to Sarah and lived happily together. The Most High afforded them his assistance in all things they desired. What it also shows you is this: the Most High wants to give us great blessings, but it comes with a cost.
There's a cost.
Everybody says, yeah, God wants to bless you. You already gave me the blessing. No, he gives you the blessing when you sit back here and accept the challenge.
The cost.
Accept the test. You have to earn this blessing. They earned this blessing. They showed the Most High that regardless of what he threw at them, he chose him. And so many of us fail the test and wonder why we don't get blessed.
You know what happens to our conscience? If we were told, I'm going to give you all this stuff, you're like, Most High's a liar, man.
Yeah.
He lied. God lied because he said he's going to do this, and it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Or you're going to kill my son, and you told me, how
we
could I
would be
get?
negative. Exactly. But the point is, the blessing comes when you accept his conditions and you choose him regardless. Ultimately, the point was this: are you going to put me first regardless of what you stand to lose?
Yeah.
And that's the question we all have to ask ourselves. Am I going to be ride or die the Most High in Christ if I lose everything around me in my life? Am I willing to risk loss in order to sit back here and stay in the right standing to please the Heavenly Father?
That's scripture says, prove thy friend.
And can I find happiness in the loss?
God.
Can I find happiness in losing? That's how I show the Most High I'm serious. It doesn't matter about the blessing. All the Most High ever wants to know is, whatever I give you, are you going to worship the creature more than the Creator? Are you going to worship the blessing more than the power that blessed it? And it's a constant process. If you're working hard, you dedicate, I bless you. Now that I bless you, are you making this more important than me? I got to test it. You might lose this. Now, if you lose this, does that mean you don't give yourself to me? Okay, you proved you wanted to lose it. You can keep it, and I'll give you more things. Now I'm going to give you more things. You're happy. Now, a scenario has to be presented in front of you that you might lose all of this. Are you going to still do the work? Okay, you're going to do the work. Now I'm going to give you this, and I'm going to give you this now. And we're going to keep going through life. Now you might take the risk of losing it. Are you going to want to lose this for me? Oh, you're second guessing. Now you're not so quick.
Oh, no.
Now you're not so quick to put me first. Now I might have to take this away. Because you're showing me that you don't want to lose this for me. But I just gave it to you. So it's a process of giving. Now, is this more important than me? Oh, it is. I got to take it back then. I'll give it back when you show me that it doesn't matter if you have it or not. That's that give and take the Most High deals. I hope y'all understand.
That's give and take.
I hope y'all are conscious. This is how the relationship with the Most High deals. You work hard, I'll bless you with something. Now, are you about the blessing or the power that gave you the
So
blessing?
you can get it, but can you keep it?
But you only keep it if you're willing to lose it. Because the only thing that should matter is the relationship with the Heavenly Father. And this is what Abraham understood. I'm about to kill this son, but the Most High afforded me this entire life. So I can't turn my back on him now. He gave me everything. So if he gave me everything, then if this is his will, I got to lose it then. You might lose it or you might not. The point is, he needs to see it doesn't matter if you gain or lose, he matters. He's all that matters. That's the lesson. And these guys were great. Abraham was great, and Isaac eventually became great of maintaining a pure outlook and understanding that it doesn't matter whether I get or lose. The only thing that matters is putting him first and dedicating to him. And that was the greatest lesson Abraham showed. That was his faith. That was his piety. That was his alacrity. I mean. All these words just meant that whatever the Most High put in front of me, I don't mind losing it because he's blessed me more than I've lost. He's blessed me more than I've lost. I wouldn't be here without his blessing. It was the constant resisting to him. Not resisting, the constant relinquishing of power to the Heavenly Father.
I'm detaching from the idea that I have to have these things to make me feel
relinquishment, because you know what? Ultimately, that give and take was always done to determine what? Do you love me or do you love this? Do you love my blessings or do you love me? Most Israel loves the Most High because they get treats and blessings. That's why we love the Most High.
the snacks.
We like snacks, snacky snacks. We like the Most High because of the treats we get.
Yeah.
Versus loving the Most High because of the Most High. So if you want the meaning of life, the meaning of life is, can I learn to love the Most High whether I get the treats or not? Can I learn to love the Most High whether I get the things I want or not? And if I can find happiness and still see good whether I'm having things or not, you can always stay in good graces with the Heavenly Father. Always. Let's keep going back in the Bible. We got the Josephus part.
Okay.
Let's keep going. So now, Genesis chapter 22 and verse 10.
Verse 10.
Snacky snacks. It's hilarious. 22 and 10. Genesis 22 and 10.
Yes, like Genesis 22 and 10. All right, 22 and 10. It says right here. It says, and Abraham stretched forth his hand and took the knife to slay his son.
Mm-hmm.
And the angel of the Lord called unto him out of the heaven and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, Here am I. And he said, Lay not thine hand upon the lad, neither do thou anything unto him. For now I know that thou fearest the Most High.
Because, listen, the Most High knew that Abraham and Isaac feared the Most High because of how quickly they obeyed. It was the speed in how they obeyed, not just the fact they obeyed, it was how quickly they obeyed, how quickly they accepted the condition. We need to know that. It was how quickly they made the adjustment as well as the actual adjustment. Read on.
Seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, thy only son, from me. And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered him up for a burnt offering to the stead of his son.
Like the Josephus said, that ram wasn't there until they made that move. So what is it showing you? The Most High doesn't provide your solution until you make that decision to do the right thing. When you're in the middle of a battle and a faith move, you have to make the character decision. You have to make the moral decision first before the Most High provides the out. That's the point. That's what faith is all about. You have to make the right decision first. Then he brings a solution. What do we want the solution to come before the out. We want the answer and the out to come before we make the choice. That's not faith. We have to make the moral choice first, and then the Most High provides the solution. Did you read? Hold on. Go to 1 Corinthians 10 and 13 real quick. 1 Corinthians 10 and 13.
1 Corinthians 1 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 13.
Yep.
There hath no temptation taken you, but such as is common to man.
There's nothing that any of us have gone through that's not common to anybody else in the world. Read on.
But the Most High is faithful, who will not suffer you to be tempted above that ye are
The
able.
Most High won't put you or any of us through anything that we can't handle. Read on.
But with the temptation also make a way to escape, that ye may be able to bear it.
He'll make a way for us to escape after you make the right moral decision. After you make the right moral choice. Then he'll bring the way to escape. But you ain't going to escape if you make the carnal decision. Then you're going to get stung. The escape, and I never brought it out this way, but the escape comes after you make the right choice.
God.
Then the ram comes in and gets caught in the thinking, oh, I can use this and get me out of this situation.
God.
But when you're in the middle of the battle, you have no answer but to do the morally right thing or to do the carnal thing.
So it's the
Am I going to
choice
take
first.
matters into my own hands, or am I going to do the spiritual move? If I do the spiritual move, not knowing how it's going to work out, then he provides the escape. Then he provides the way out. I got to do the right thing, though, before the answer comes out. Before that damn ram gets caught in the thicket. Does that make any sense? Am I talking like in parable talk, or I'm the talk? I hope not, because that, listen, we're banging out 4.5 hours of like mind work to get to these kind of scenarios, and it's important that you don't lose and miss the message here, because this was the meatiest part of the class, not the sodomite dudes wanting those boys.
Them boys.
I want him. And what? That wasn't even what it's about.
These men are handsome here.
There's that voice.
They're very, very handsome. I've not seen such as these in all of Sodom.
In all of the land. In all of the land. Exactly. The meat and potatoes of the class deals with the fact that the Most High doesn't provide that out for you until you do what? Until you sit back here and take the moral high ground. Because whenever we're in a battle, we have a choice. Do I stay in order and do the right thing, or do I take matters into my own hands? Can I maintain a pure outlook towards the Heavenly Father, or am I resentful and angry and go left? If you take the moral high ground, do the right thing, then he provides the solution. Then and only then.
He's not this like genie god.
No.
I have to do something legitimate.
Yeah.
To get his.
Because he's trying to see the temper of your mind. I want the temper of your mind. I'm judging how you handle when you don't get what you want. When you don't get what you want, can I stay faithful? Can I? What was powerful about the statement earlier, he was like, you know what? The Most High has given me so much. He wants this. How many times can we sit back and tell ourselves that? The Most High has given me a lot. He's given me everything. If this is what he wants, fine. We don't take that mind. So we say, it's unfair. I have given you all these things, and you haven't given me anything back. Versus, man, the Most High is daily loaded with benefits. He's daily loaded me with benefits. He's daily been there for me. If he doesn't want me to have this, I'm okay. And I can tell you from experience, I've had 2 or 3 of those moments where I've told myself, you know what, man, the Most High's given me a lot. I promise you, I'm not trying to act like I'm Abraham, but I can tell you this: there's been some real crossroad type moments for me. And every time I was back in the corner, I said, you know what, man, Most High's been there for me the whole time. If I'm meant not to have this, then I'm okay. I am okay with not having this, and I accepted it. And then the Most High blessed me with something I wasn't even expecting. It's happened to me at least 2 or 3 times. Now, the crazy thing is, when you read these scriptures, you don't get these things happening once every damn week. You get life-changing moments, maybe 3 or 4 in your life, and you got to make the right call. And based on the decisions you make, your outcome will be you'll have great results or you'll have lot results.
Yeah. Zohar.
These are the facts. You won't go to Zohar, you'll do things the right way. But you only have so many times in your life to make a decision, to make these proper moral decisions to show the Most High you're serious. After that, he just let you just live in oblivion. I don't know where the hell where did Lot go after the mountain, man?
He's raising
Most High just let him do whatever he had to do, whatever, man. Maybe it was in the mountain. Maybe he came back down. Who the hell knows? Most High, who cares? Most High, like, who cares? Because, dude, there's no reason to keep watching this story.
It's just a fear story.
You're just doing your thing. Now you've made your bed, and this is what you are. And for us, we have to make sure that when we get these opportunities to show the Most High, it's about Him, and I'm not afraid of losing, and I don't show the Most High I'm afraid of losing. I have to accept loss is part of serving the Most High. With all the benefits He gives me, He's not gonna take away too. This is what Job said: the Most High gives, takes away, and I can't get caught up into the loss because He gave me so much. That's how I can maintain pureness of outlook, pureness of heart, and that's how I can show the Most High I'm worthy to keep giving. I'm worthy to keep getting more. You can't get more unless I know the Most. This is the Most High. I can't give you more unless I know that if I give you more, your heart still stays strong to me. Abraham and Isaac were rich beyond measure. They had everything they want, but they proved to the Most High that they would let it go at a drop of a dime to please Him. And they proved it. Now, have you all proved in your life that whatever He's given you, you want to let it go for Him? Can you prove that? Because that is going to be the path and the test of your life. Can you show the Most High that regardless of what He's given you, you can let it go for Him and be at peace and accept it? And that's what the Most High says. He wants you to lose your life. It's in Luke. I think it's Luke. It talks about
For my name's sake.
Yes. I think it's 14.
Matthew 10:39, Matthew 16:25. It's a lot of Mark. Luke. Whosoever shall save his life.
Yeah. No. It's in. Which one? Luke 14. I think it's 33.
14.
Yeah, I want read Luke 14. No, that's not this one. Let me see. It is 14. Luke 14 and 25 down. Luke 14 and 25.
Luke chapter 14, verse 25. And there went great multitudes with him. And he turned and said unto them, If any man come to me, and hate not his father, and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren, and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple.
It doesn't mean you got to physically hate your father, mother, and all those people. It's not about hatred. What is it about? If the Most High puts me in a position where I have to choose His path or pleasing them, what has to come first? The Most High. This is the decision that He's pushing us all to. He's going to give you things. He's going to bless you with more. And then when He bless you with more, you're going to sit back here and maintain your priority system. This is why brothers who have husbands are committed to the work, and a lot of times the wife don't get a chance to see the husband at times. Because you know what? The husband can't be so caught up in his wife that he forgets who blessed him with the blessing in the first place. So it's almost, the idea is like, I have to keep serving the Most High, and I can't give myself completely to the enjoyment of the blessing the Most High gave me, or I will lose the blessing the Most High gave me. And these are the facts. This is the catch of having things under the Most High's parameter.
And
I give you blessings. I will give you blessings, but you cannot sit back here and put those blessings over me.
1 Corinthians 7:29. But say I this, brethren.
Read it slow.
But this I say, brethren, the time is short. It remaineth that both they that have wives be as though they had none.
Because the priority still has to be about pleasing the Heavenly Father. And the Most High is all about blessing. And as we read through the entire time with Abraham, he kept blessing, and he kept putting all the blessings at risk. Blessing, blessings at risk. Blessing, blessings at risk. Do you see the pattern? It was a blessing that was at risk. Are you willing to lose it for me? Are you going to keep your morals? If you will, I'll give you more. Okay, now you have more. It's at risk now. Are you going to put me first or no? Okay, you put me first, I'm going to give you more. I'm going to keep giving you more, but I got to keep putting you to the test to determine, are you going to be about the more that I give you, or are you about me? Now, we're thinking about Abraham with the flocks and the supreme large blessings, but look at our life in a microcosm, it's the same way. If I don't ever give you that one thing that you wish you have right now, are you content? Can you accept it? Think about the one thing you want the most. Can I live without it and be happy in serving the Most High in Christ? Can that be enough for me? Or if I lose the thing that I love the most, can I still sit back and love the Most High? Can He still be first in my life? Can I accept that it's the Most High's will? These are the things either you're going to have to face now or later. He still wants to know, how much do you love me? The Most High says He is a consuming fire. So the closer you get to Him, the hotter it gets. The more He purges. The more He purges your what? Your intentions. Your reasons for getting up in the morning. That's what's being purged. That's what's being attacked. And through everything that you take the risk of losing, He's trying to make sure, are you willing to lose it for me or not? This is ultimately the battle we all face. And if you're going to come to the Most High, like we read in Luke 14, you can't let anything get in the way of your pursuit to please Him. I can have everything in the world as long as I can handle it. The Most High says He won't give you anything you can't handle. Because a lot of times we think we have what we want as a blessing, but it's really something we can't handle. So He keeps it away from us until we can handle it, until we're mature enough to handle it. And when we are mature enough to handle it, then He's going to make sure you're mature enough to handle it. Because He might take it away or create the threat of taking it away to determine where your intentions are. What's your motivations? Okay. 27. He says, and whosoever doth not bear his cross and come after me cannot be my disciple. If I don't take my responsibility, my burden, and everything I do for the Most High, and still please Christ, I can't be a disciple. I have to be able to take my burdens and still make Christ a priority.
Yeah.
It's always about that. Can I handle my burdens and responsibilities and still put Him first? I can't bless you until you can show me that I can handle the blessing and handle pleasing the Most High at the same time. If it's too much and I'm losing focus, He has to take away the thing that's taking away my focus. That's love. We think it's hatred or it's unfair, but He has to take these things away because it will take my focus from pleasing Him. Read on. Matter of fact, just jump to 33.
What?
In Luke 14 and 33.
Okay. Luke, the 14.
I got it. So likewise, whosoever he be of you that forsaketh not all that he hath, he cannot be my disciple. I have to be willing to forsake what I have, or be willing to lose what I have in order to be the disciple. I either have to let go of what I have or be willing to lose it in order for me to, in order for the Most High to allow it to be around me. Because it's still about the Most High as a what?
Consuming fire.
Jealous power. He's consuming, He's a jealous power also. And all that means by the Most High being jealous, you better not put a blessing that I gave you in front of me. In the list of priorities, in the tiers of priorities. I better be number 1, 1A, 1B, 1C. And that next thing that I've given you better be a low 3 or 4. That's where the jealousy kicks in. My priorities better be right, and whatever I give you, it better not challenge my attention.
There you go.
It better not challenge for my attention. I want all the attention. That's what the Most High keeps showing you. And He kept blessing Abraham because despite all the blessings He gave him, the Most High was still number 1. He was still the apple of His eye. And that's why it says, following the Most High has to be the apple of your eye. What gets you going in the morning. Your husband, your kids, the things you want in your life can't be number 1. He's got to be number 1. We're going to go into it on Monday about wives and sisters and the development of young sisters. That class on Monday, but it talks about the priority that a young sister is supposed to have and how she has to groom her mind if she wants to stay locked into the Most High. That was a little snippet for Monday. Stay tuned, kids. Stay tuned. I'm going to throw a little something out there for you. I'm messing around. But that is going to be what class is about. But in this situation, it's about priorities. Can I put the Most High first, and am I willing to lose what I got to prove that that my temper of mine is for Him? And how quick am I to adjust or accept loss for Him? It talked about the alacrity. How ready and quick was I to lose for Him? How ready and quick was I to lose the things that I have that I hold dear to me, to put in first? I think I'm repeating it too much. We're going to go back to Genesis and finish things off. Genesis 22. We're going to finish things off. Read verse 14. 22 and 14.
Genesis 22, verse 14. And Abraham called the name of the place Jehovah Jireh, as it is said to this day, in the mount of the Lord it shall be seen. And the angel of the Lord called unto Abraham out of heaven the second time, and said, By myself have I sworn, saith the Lord, for because thou hast done this thing, hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, that in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven, as the sand that is upon the seashore. And thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice.
Abraham was the best of us. He was the best of us, and that's why he was allowed to be the leader of us. Read on.
So Abraham returned unto his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba. And Abraham dwelt in Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things that it was told Abraham, saying, Behold,
Milcah,
she hath also borne children unto thy brother Nahor.
Nahor, yeah.
Huz, his firstborn, and Buz, his brother, and Kemuel, the father of Aram, and Chesed, and Hazo, and Pildash, and Jeplet, Jiphlath, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begat Rebekah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nahor, Abraham's brother. And his concubine, whose name was Ruma, she bare also to Bua, and Gaham, and Thahash, and Macha. That was it.
And that's it. We're going to send our prayers up real quick, y'all. I mean, I don't know how to go.
It's almost like the ending of Job.
Well, it is. But it is, once again, just to recap this real quick, these are the lessons you guys should, if you guys are bored certain days, read about these great patriarchs, because these are the ones that kind of help you see what we're all to shoot for. You know, Abraham's brother was a regular guy, bro. Paying his taxes, paying bills, bro. But he's showing you these great leaders to feed off their energy, feed off their strength, feed off their faith. These are the guys we're supposed to aspire to be. They were the leaders of government. Back in the day, our government was about aspiring to follow the greatness of the leadership that was in front of us. It was always about finding those special people to feed off their strength and to learn from them to be the best you can be. From their words, their counsels, their presence, the whole combination. Okay? That's the lesson. So we're going to sit back here and send our prayers up real quick. Where's my people? Amajim, Upanya, Yerushalayim.
Rise and face the east.
Yeah. Still here, yeah. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shah.
In the name of Yahweh Shah.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael Allah.
Send Michael Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
Make strong.
The people of Yahshua.
People of Yahshua.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our
And
sins.
forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shah.
Yahweh Shah.
Come quickly.
Come quickly.
For in thee
For indeed
is our hope.
is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathulanawa. Hathawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathulanawa. Awar.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathulanawa. Ha'ayah. Kara. Ha'ayim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathulanawa. Sheman. Zayat.
Lamashach.
Yasha'al.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving
To
kindness
show forth thy loving kindness.
in the morning.
In the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
The solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
Thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad
has made me
through
glad
thy work.
through thy work.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works,
how great are thy works,
and thy thoughts are very deep.
and thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth
A
not,
brutish man knoweth not,
neither doth the fool understand this.
neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass,
When the wicked spring as the grass,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
when all the works of iniquity do flourish,
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
is that they will be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
But thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies,
For lo thy enemies,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
for lo thine enemies
for lo thy enemies
shall perish.
shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
My horn shalt thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire on mine enemies.
My desire on my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire of the wicked
My desire of the wicked
that rise up against me.
that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing,
They shall be fat and flourishing,
to show that the Lord is upright.
to show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock,
He is my rock.
and there is no unrighteousness in
And
him.
there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Shem Yahushua.
Shayar Hama'ayawa,
Shar Ahawah.
Ladawad,
Adawah.
Hana,
Hana.
Ma,
Ma.
Tawa,
Tawa.
Wama,
Wama.
Na'ayam,
Na'ayam.
Shabbat,
Shabbat.
Akim,
Akim.
Gam,
Gam.
Yachad,
Yachad.
Kashaman,
Kashaman.
Hatawab,
Tawa.
Ayo,
Ayo.
Hara'ash,
Hara'ash.
Yarad,
Yarad.
Ayo,
Ayo.
Hazakwan,
Hazakwan.
Zakwan,
Zakwan.
Aharad,
Aharad.
Shayarad,
Shayarad.
Ayo,
Ayo.
Payah,
Payah.
Madawaf Yawab,
Madawaf Yawab.
Kator,
Kator.
Karamwan,
Karamwan.
Shayarad,
Shayarad.
Ayo,
Ayo.
Haraya,
Haraya.
Tazayawan,
Tazayawan.
Kaya,
Kaya.
Sham,
Sham.
Tazawah,
Tazawah.
Yahweh,
Yahweh.
Habaraka,
Habaraka.
Kayaya,
Kayaya.
Ay,
Ay.
Hawalam,
Hawalam.
by Hashem Yahushua,
By Shem Yahushua.
Yahweh,
Yahweh.
by Hashem,
By Hashem.
Yahushua,
Yahushua.
Wachnau,
Wachnau.
Washroni,
Washroni.
Wabiyah,
Wabiyah.
Support,
Point.
Yahweh,
Yahweh.
by Hashem,
By Hashem.
Yahushua,
Yahushua.
Wachnau,
Wachnau.
Washroni,
Washroni.
Wabiyah,
Wabiyah.
Support,
Point.
Yahweh,
Yahweh.
by Hashem,
By Hashem.
Yahushua,
Yahushua.
Wachnau,
Wachnau.
Washroni,
Washroni.
Wabiyah,
Wabiyah.
Support,
Point.
Yahweh,
Yahweh.
by Hashem,
By Hashem.
Yahushua,
Yahushua.
Wachnau,
Wachnau.
Washroni, Wabiyah,
Wabiyah.
Support,
Point.
Barakatah Yahweh,
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahushua. Barakatah Yahushua. Barakatah Yahushua. Barakatah Yahushua. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all mercy, all power from your house. All power from your house. All power from your house. By Hashem, Yahushua, the water, Miyah, come on. Circle of everybody.
Salute now in the heavenly order, Yahweh, Yahushai, Walker men of Israel, Majid, Rock,
Yahweh, Hashem, Yahushua, Barakatah.
Come here, son.
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 Then top. Turn to face sisters. Saluting out the daughter of Zion, men of Israel, Majid, Rock,
Yahweh Shemai Alatah B'Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh Shamar Aladam Hashem Yahushai.
Shalom.
Shalom. Yeah.
Mitzvah.
Shalom, everybody. That was online, though. Yeah, I said that. All right, we're going to shut it down. Shalom, everybody. See you on Monday.